Make sure y'all get them likes up. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Yo, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Chicago Rilla. We got Anton. We got Courtney. We got Kay. We got myself. I'm Lapeef J.I. Welcome to the show. The greatest show ever. Am I lying? Am I lying?
I don't see not one line told, sir.
Are you guys entertained? Are you not entertained? All right, y'all. Man, feels good to be back. I missed you guys. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Fantastic.
Fantastic. I'm in my feminine energy today.
Oh, I see. You got the moist pink on today.
Yeah, I'm in my feminine energy.
Love it.
How you doing, Kay?
I'm good. How are y'all?
How y'all? We great. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Let's get the house in order. Make sure you guys get these likes up. Also share. The show that's about to start is going to be another great one, and I would hate for somebody to miss it. Our first topic of the night is, do people who marry early become curious? Do people who marry early become curious? I'm going to break this topic down for you guys so you can understand. I'm going to paint the picture for you. So you often have people that get married at a very young age. And these people have not had a chance to experience life, live, whole phase, man phase, whatever you want to call it. They haven't had a chance to experience. And based off a lot of people that I've spoken with, or even just some of the things that I've seen, these people tend to grow curious about what's out there. So the question and the topic for the night is, do people who marry early become curious? I'm coming to you first, Chicago Rilla.
Yeah, man. I think to kick it off, honestly, we have these, anecdotal, where you could point out like, nah, they don't, this, that, and the third. But if you look at the evidence, if you just observing, and I thought about this like in terms of Western culture too. And then I was like, well, does that apply in indigenous cultures? And the obvious answer is yes. People do become curious. You marry early, you become curious. There's certain things in life that you don't get a chance to experience. Now, if you think about in Western culture, you think about what we bombarded with from, advertisement, music, movies. It suggests that, maybe you're missing something. Maybe you want to try something. And I mean, especially how some men are raised, right? Some of us men are raised like there's nothing better than old coochie than new coochie, right? And so, I think people that marry early, you think about the divorce rate, and you think about people who divorce for irreconcilable differences. And I know finance is the number one factor in that, but you also have, women who aren't satisfied, you know what I'm saying? And you have husbands who step out and women who step out, you know what I'm saying? So I do think that people who marry early become curious. Yeah.
Okay. Courtney, do people who marry early become curious?
I totally agree. I think they do. It's the whole idea of the grass is always greener on the other side. So marrying early.
Oh, really?
Really. So they become curious. But here's the thing: even marrying older, you're still curious. Curiosity is never going to end. As far as with a man, they might be curious about being with another woman. As far as a woman could be the same thing. So curiosity is always going to be there, whether marrying young or marrying old. I know a couple of people that I know that has married young and, it's like, man, I missed out on the single life and I wonder what could have, should have, would have been. So yeah, curiosity is always going to be there, whether you marry old or marry young. What I would definitely say to those women that are curious or men, chill out. Grass is not green on the other side. Chill out. And yeah, but no, I agree. They do.
Anton, do people who marry early become curious?
No, I don't think so. But I think it's difficult to even have this conversation, and that it just depends on who you are. So first, you have to take into consideration that the reason why guys cheat and the reason why women cheat, it's usually two different reasons. Mm-hmm. Guys, usually move based off of ego and, just a moment. Like, it don't really matter how old they are or none of that. And as a person that's, been married for almost 17 years and I'm 39 years old. And so I've literally been married since I was 22. None of that fazed me. You know what I'm saying? None of it fazed me. So when you also take into consideration the reason why women cheat, they cheat from a completely different reason for a guy. And most of the time, women are, especially married women, they have to be in some way, shape, or form emotionally detached from their current partner and emotionally connected to somebody else in order to maintain a whole nother relationship. So me personally, I think that when you take that into consideration, both of those factors, and then you throw into there a guy that moves based off of his purpose, which in most cases is to make the most money possible, to win in every type of situation. For me, I don't move like that, and that I'm absolutely transparent on how I move. And women, like, the whole idea of women is not the thing for me. It's all based off of what it is and what my purpose is at that specific moment. So I don't get curious just based off of the fact that I've been married for a long time. I'm more or less focused on how every situation affects my bag. So it's just not for me. Like, once you've seen the one, you've seen them all. Like, it's not too much difference between all of these chicks out here. Most of them is hood rats. And when you get to a certain level, real talk, most of them are rats. And when you get to a certain level, you got to be careful on what their intentions are, especially when you become a little bit more visible. So I don't subject myself to the idea that certain guys and even certain women that really value or understand what the purpose is of their situation operate out of curiosity just because they got married young. Because I was the person that got married young, and it don't mean nothing to me.
Well, I have a question. So do you call yourself the minority or the majority?
I'm the majority of all of the guys that I know. So, like, I'll give you an example. Mm-hmm. I got 3 brothers. None of them ever been divorced. None of them ever been in a sticky situation. I got 9 uncles. None of them ever been divorced. None of them ever been in a sticky situation. My father, like, prior to his untimely death, my mom and my father was together for over 30 years. And then she remarried, and it's just dope. So, we've always been taught to be proactive in your thoughts and be absolutely transparent, because the foundation of our relationship is based on the fact that we best friends. So whatever we do and however we move, it's already transparent prior to me doing it. So if I ever find myself in a situation, it very much is intentional, and it very much is a situation in which I'm not worried about my circumstances or situation, and it's not based out of curiosity. I don't move based off of curiosity or instincts. I move based off of intention and how I am at that specific moment.
Okay. Do people who marry early become curious?
Not necessarily. I'm kind of going with what Anton said on this one. I don't think that it necessarily means you're going to become curious just because you marry early. But like Courtney said, curiosity could always be a thing depending on the people. So I think that if you get married for the right reasons and all of these things, maybe you might think about something else, but I don't think it's going to make you step out if you were married and your marriage is built on a solid foundation. I don't think that whether you're young or old matters. Although I have heard that conversation where people are kind of like, oh, you never got to like date freely, or you never got to do this or that. So people are kind of like, oh, you missed out. So people might become curious in that instance, I guess. But I don't really think that it has to do with young or old. I mean, people who are going to cheat or step out are going to do it, whether they're young or old. If they don't have that level of integrity in their relationship.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I think it might be different with genders. A man getting married and a woman getting married is for completely two different reasons. So even like with Anton, his marriage is because he had a vision and marriage lined up with his vision. Women sometimes we get married off emotions, and that emotions can still sink in where they get married at 23. They've had friends from high school still single at 25, and they look at their friends. I've seen it a lot where they're like, oh man, y'all kicking it again. I have this, man. I wish I could. Like that happens with women. And again, because we're typically more emotional. So we lean on, man, I wish I could. I thought I could. Man, I can't. Those are a lot of stuff that happens. And so even looking at divorce, when it's 80% of women divorcing men, and it's usually not on something that was just completely drastic. It's they think they can do better. They think they wish they could have, would have, should have. So a lot of relationships that fail because women think they can do better or wish they had this and that. And so they leave these relationships for the curiosity of what I could get or what if I would have done it better. So I think maybe not age, but I really think it could be where it's, a gender thing.
So would you say though that there's other factors that go into that prior to that peaking of curiosity? Like for example, I would throw in there the friends that this chick is surrounding herself with. Usually women that hang around with other women that's not aligned with where she's supposed to be in her situation, often at times influence her or is a bad influence on that woman moving like how she not supposed to be moving. And then also you throw into that the possibility that the relationship could be in turmoil, which then causes her to start evaluating what the possibilities were as a result of her not being happy within that situation or circumstance. So I wouldn't say that it's based off of curiosity, even in those situations that it does happen. I would say that it's based off of so many other factors that feed into ultimately that person exploring that curiosity or even exploring the thought of what if.
I agree. I agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with Anton, but this is when I'm thinking about brothers, and you say, hey, I'm the majority, like I'm in a cipher where we're the majority, right? If you were to do a sample, not even a sample size, but if you were to think about just on your experience and your observation, if you took the entire state of Michigan, right, would you say that you're still the majority or the minority? Because one thing I think that you do and you talk about very well is that you set boundaries and you're a man of discipline and principle so that you don't even put yourself in positions to be tempted by certain things. But again, we're talking about, well, let me get you to answer that first. Do you think you're the majority or the minority if you thought about the entire state of Michigan?
The minority.
Yeah. And I think that when you're talking, because to me, it comes down to a mindset. And I think about what we're programmed and fed. And, I think Kay, I think you were talking about like, it doesn't matter. Well, I think Courtney, you were saying it doesn't matter whether you're old or young or anything like that. But I think the older that you get, some of that stuff just gets old. You know what I'm saying? And you're not as curious because you've been around the block a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to skip ahead to any other topics or nothing like that. But just as a man, it gets played out, man. It's like, it's coachy. It's there. Like, I don't got to dip and dab in everything, Yeah,
but I think the thing that people also have to realize is that even beyond the love, marriage is a business. The whole idea of getting married and signing a contract means that you're in the business of being married. So when you start to think about all of the factors or all of the ways in which we're supposed to identify and highlight what marriage is, we would start to approach it differently, and then we would get different results because we'd understand that when you start to leverage the benefits of it and look at it from a business perspective and not just look at it from a love perspective, because everybody looks at it like cheating, love, how do I feel, all of that other type of stuff.
Yeah.
But when you start to factor in all of the other things that goes into it, usually people that raise their kids in 2-parent households have a better chance of raising kids that'll be much more successful than kids that are raised in single-parent households.
Right.
When you talk about all of the financial benefits that goes along with being married, when you talk about having somebody to have your back, because 2 people are usually better than 1 in every situation. When you also factor in the idea that you can move and operate with somebody that has your best interests at heart 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, when you're doing it the right way and when you're communicating effectively, you'll start to see the benefits of marriage differently. And when I talk to guys and they say, well, I don't see the benefit of marriage, that's because they're going into it with a glass half empty mentality, and that they don't understand how it will work for them, instead of going into it from the perspective of how can it work for me. Then you're looking for the benefits that come along with it. So most people that get married are getting married for the wrong reasons. And that's why you see people always leading into it with how they look, how they act, all of this other type of stuff, instead of the things that actually should be the foundation of the marriage, such as friendship, spirituality, business interests, and then love comes along with it, especially when you factor in having kids, because you'll usually do things outside of how you feel and what's in the best interest of the group when you start to look at things not just from a love perspective, but also the business of marriage. And I know people don't like to talk about it, but the reality is that people that are married are usually way more successful. And you're going to have the anomalies. You're going to have the people that is in a toxic relationship and the kids suffer because the dad is beating up on the woman and all of this other type of stuff. But realistically, people that are in it for the right reasons and understand the idea behind marriage will be much more successful and wind up not getting divorced when they really factor it in and take it to heart exactly what it means, and even align themselves with the idea of what they say in their vows, till death do us part. Like, people just take that lightly. I never took it lightly, even when I was 22 years old, in sickness and in health. All that stuff means something to me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that people really take marriage itself as serious. And so when you're looking at all of the other stuff that go along with it, those are just factors and things that go into the devastation of it, which is a reflection of all of the statistics that you guys have. But realistically, if people took it serious and they was raised to think and look at marriage in the same way that my brothers was raised, my uncles was raised, even my father to a larger extent, and his brothers, they would move differently. And I just look at marriage differently because I was raised differently, and I seen it in a whole nother view that I think is much different than what you would identify Chicago as the majority and how they see it.
No. I mean, because I agree with you, Anton, and I think that it's 2 things that we're battling today, where you have the MGTOW movement, which is men going their own way, which they're like, I don't need any woman, I'm not getting married. Okay, and then you have women that have this fairy tale marriage, which means, you know, you better sweep me off my feet. I want my Prince Charming, and it's going to be fairy tales and sprinkles every single day in marriage. And so we're both, you know, there's 2 ends of a spectrum where we're not coming together, where we understand how marriage is and the reality of marriage. So how do we get out of the fairy tale and then men thinking they don't need marriage, and understanding how important it is, how it's important for 2 people to link up, to marry as a business, to, you know, create an empire, to have amazing kids with a mommy and a daddy in the house. How do we, you know, or begin to try to get these 2 sides to understand what reality is?
Well, I mean, but think about it. Like, there's cultures where, and I'm friends with a lot of people that are incredibly successful in their marriage, and they didn't even pick their spouse. Their parents picked their spouse.
Yeah.
There's people that do not get married, and the foundation of not is not how they feel about the person or whether or not they love them. They can grow and learn to love somebody, but that's not the foundation and the biggest thing or the biggest factor behind why they get married or not. So I know a lot of people like to live in their feelings, and they like to go by how they look at a person and whether or not that person make them feel great and mushy in the inside. But realistically, people need to look at marriage completely different, and they need to align themselves with other people that are successful in that arena, not people that just stay together for the sake of staying together. It can be incredibly successful. It's highly rewarding. I love it. And I would say that it's gotten better every single year. And it's so easy to be married. And it's so dope when you align yourself with the right person. And I would even encourage women to date y'all best friends. I don't understand the idea behind why women put dudes in the friend zone, and then they want to come back to these same dudes when they all washed up and wore out. Yo, this is the dude that probably that you should be aligned with, because he's the one that understands everything about you, the good and the bad. And stop aligning yourself based off of all of these superficial principles, because you can build and everything can be phenomenal, but you got to align with somebody that is moving in the same direction as you. You don't even keep the same friends as the people that don't move in the same direction as you. So why would you do that with regard to a person that you would consider a life partner? Let me get off my stoop. I'm gonna step off my stoop.
No, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
So, do people who marry early become curious? So I want to ask the question: how much does growth from the individual? So let's just say somebody hasn't matured yet. They don't really understand these things. Or, for example, like when I was in college, I seen people and I seen how they were when we were in college, but then now they are completely different from how they were in college. They improved. They have money now. They've, gotten in shape. So when people get married at an early age and they haven't reached their peak, I want to ask you guys, like, is that a factor in whether they become curious or not?
Yeah, I think 1000% is a fact. I mean, if you think about it, you really don't reach full maturity, at least for men, you don't reach full maturity really until you're about 25. That's when you start really kind of figuring out who you are, where you want to go, what you want to do, so on and so forth. That maturity piece plays a part in it. And there's some other variables too. Like I appreciate brothers when I hear Anton talk, and when I hear other brothers, who have that village around them that supports them, right? And people to check them. And whether it's spiritual advisors, mentors, teachers, professors, close friends, whoever, that maturity piece is a huge factor. Because again, if you're easily susceptible to every piece of information that comes across social media, TVs, movies, music, again, we're bombarded, and these younger people are bombarded with messages of infidelity, slut, hoe, this, that, and the third, whatever, trick, this, whatever. And so, some people are easily influenced, and that plays a part in a lot of their decision-making process. And I just push back on people who say that music and entertainment and movies and TV and propaganda, news reports, like all that stuff is not an influencer. It has a huge impact. If you're not mature enough to decipher what you're consuming and what you're digesting, it's going to influence your decisions and how you move, right, wrong, and indifferent.
I appreciate the super chat, DF. He also had a question, which was, how do you minimize the risk involved, especially for men? Anybody want to answer that?
Anton, you want to hit it?
How do you minimize the risk involved?
What's the risk?
DF,
I mean, that's a very easy question.
I think
well, number one, if you a dude that's already successful, and let's be real, most dudes is not already successful. Like we not even gonna cap and act like you already getting it. Most dudes is in debt. So it's not like you built up an empire and you got a whole lot to lose. All right. So that's factor number one. But for dudes that's already successful, it's a prenup. But for guys that get married very early, most of the time y'all both getting it out the mud anyway. So we both have a vested interest in this thing being successful. So I have no problem getting married early without a prenup, because you're not coming into it with anything anyway. But for dudes that's incredibly successful, it's contracts for that. Get a prenuptial agreement. and put your best interests forward before you go into this thing, and don't ever let her trick you talking about I don't feel like that's love or trust. Okay, well then go ahead and walk right out the door. It's very easy. Get a prenuptial agreement and you be straight, fam.
And I would say for me, you know, when I think about you know, minimizing risk, I think about what you're saying, Anton. You know, if you getting it out the mud and you getting it out the mud together, you know, if that woman is with you while you shooting in the gym and things don't work out, you know, of course, you hope you live a long life, have a happy marriage and a relationship. But let's say things don't work out. Man, if she helped you get it out the mud, fam, do whatever you got to do. It's fair compensation, man. Do whatever you got to do. In the grand scheme of things, what does that mean? Especially if she helped you build that empire, you know. But I think that if you're focused on leadership, purpose, and intent, and moving in a certain type of way, and investing in your relationship, you know, everything is a risk. I mean, you can only minimize so much. You know what I'm saying? And you can only be accountable for who you are, your actions in that scenario.
I don't know about that part though, bro. Because I will say that my chick very much moves based off of how I move. She is very much just a reflection of who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's easy for me to be able to look at her and count on her to move in her purpose and align herself with my vision, because I deliver on what I say I'm gonna deliver on.
Uh-huh.
I'm never the type of person that, like, I understand that I'm accountable for everything. I'm accountable for her. I'm accountable for my daughter, and everything that goes on in my sphere for everybody around me. I own that. I am absolutely responsible for everything that she do, I do, and all of that, because I understand that she is completely bought in. Now, if you got an unruly chick, right? You got a chick that ain't about nothing. That's a whole nother conversation. We've seen that on display on this channel very often. But if you got a chick that's 100% bought into who you are, you got a responsibility to deliver. Is that easy?
Would you also say, because this is what I was getting at, that's, you spoke to your leadership, and we talk about prophet, priest, and king of your home, you know, neighborhood, so on and so forth. But would you say that you've also made that part of that investment is the deliverable? I agree with you, but you've also invested in that woman, and so there's a certain level of trust where she does follow your leadership.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, she invested in me also. I mean, she gave up her whole life to buy into this vision that we have. And so now I have a responsibility, especially to like her parents, to provide and protect for her and be the person that I'm supposed to be. And so it's easy. It's very easy to move in your purpose when you understand and you got somebody that buy into it.
Yeah.
But I just don't think a lot of people look at it from that perspective. They don't look at it from a responsibility perspective, in that you are very much responsible for every single person in your circle, especially when you say you. And this is the caveat, the part that we don't talk about as often when we talk about high value or all of these guys or whatever like that, because I'm very much on guys' side. I'm very much on dude's side, because I think that they've gotten the short end of the stick for an extended period of time at this point. But at the same time, you can't demand that a woman move any type of way unless what you supposed to be. If she buy in and she give every single thing that she got over to you, she give her body, she like the kids, she no longer subjected to her parents or whatever like that. If you got a chick that completely bought into it, you gotta do what you supposed to do and to ensure that unit is successful, fam. Like, that's your tribe, that's your troops. You got to protect them, you got to take care of them, you got to make sure that they're successful, the whole 9 yards. And she will follow you to the end of the earth if you deliver on what you say and she believe in you. So it's another side to the conversation of, guys are a specific type of way or girls are a specific type of way. If you're not doing what you're supposed to do and you just trash, and we see these dudes got 100,000 baby mamas, I don't rock with that dude. We don't align. We're not cool. You know what I'm saying? So I am very much against for holding women accountable. But in the same vein, I don't want no dude talking about he looking for a woman and you can't even house her. You need her to bring half the check to the door in order for y'all to survive. That's corny to me. I can't even rock with
Well,
that.
Go ahead,
I have a
Corey.
question because with the last guy that asked a question, I do hear a lot about the risk of marriage, because again, divorce rate is higher amongst women as far as they're going to divorce you more. So the risk of being with a woman, she might divorce you, you might lose what you have, you might lose your kids, that risk. And then again, on the other end, I'm hearing, sometimes, specifically talking about Black women, they're not marriageable, which means they're not giving the men what they want to marry. So what weighs higher as far as why we're not marrying? Is it because the men are having a risk factor where they're like, I don't see the purpose of it because of all the risk? Or is it something with us where, Black men are saying, we're not giving you guys what you want, so I'm not going to marry you, even though I understand the risk? Which weighs heavier?
Anton, you on mute. You still on mute.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to give y'all an opportunity to answer.
Oh, you the married person on the panel. I don't think about.
But you're a man, Rilla. So you tell me, why aren't you married?
I don't think about what women aren't doing for men overall, or what women aren't doing for me, because I carry myself in a way where I don't even attract that in my space.
Mm-hmm.
The type of woman that I see. Listen. When you're focused on becoming the man that you're supposed to be, you're focused on leadership and purpose and intent and becoming the prophet, priest, and king, right, of your family. When you're creating that space and building your empire, you don't attract certain energies and people to you.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do find yourself in that space, I don't know how to explain it, because I automatically I don't align with it. Like I don't associate with it. I could be in that space. Like I could share that space for a moment, but that's not something that I'm feeding off of every day or entertaining or allowing.
I don't know, Chicago. You attract everything when you're the right type of guy.
You said what?
You attract everything. You attract the good people, the bad people. You attract it all.
I'm sure it comes. That's what I'm saying. I'm sure it comes. But what I'm saying is you don't entertain it. That's the difference. You don't entertain it. You don't allow that to take root in your personal space. You protect that personal space. You protect that boundary. I don't associate with certain type of dudes. I really don't. I don't associate. I don't associate with certain type of women. Am I in the company of them at times? Are they in my home? Absolutely not. Am I invited to theirs? Maybe so. Am I going to entertain them and have conversations and talk about whatever? Probably not. More than likely.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that guys, this is difficult because I very much look at women to a large extent also as the problem for why marriages, why people are not getting, why guys are choosing not to marry as much anymore. Mm-hmm. I mean, for a woman to say that, yo, I got my own, or I'm my own person and all of this other type of stuff. Well, what incentive is it for a guy to decide to want to embrace a woman or bring him into his fold when he's taking on all of the responsibility, and she doesn't share in any of that risk or responsibility either? You know what I'm saying? Like you also got to factor in, and I know I'm getting off subject a little bit, but you also got to factor in that all of these laws are archaic, and when guys are going through the ringer and family court, and it's still shaped based off of the old things or the old ways in which women were subjected to, but then at the same time they expect men to still have that same perspective and provide for them. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't align, and I don't understand how women in the same term want the same things that they had back in the day, but are unwilling to submit themselves in the same way to these guys that they want it from. And at the same time, they act like being a regular guy ain't nothing no more. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? They act like being a regular guy is trash. Like if you make, we had the same conversation. If you make $50,000, $60,000, then all of a sudden you ain't worth nothing. When did that become the narrative? When did that become the norm? So, I think women have outsized expectations. And then at the same time, they still want to be for the streets, to bring it back for this. They still want to have a whole phase. They still want to do what they want to do. And guys are just not putting up with that no more. They're not subjecting themselves to these type of women, and they, you know, unless you're a simp. But other than that, they're not subjecting themselves to that no more.
Anton, you bring up a really interesting point about how women may not be as traditional, but they kind of want the benefits of the traditional relationship, right?
Yeah.
I think that applies both ways. I think a lot of times some men, of course not all, same thing with like what you said, it's not all, but I think sometimes men and women want the benefits of the traditional relationships, but they don't want to put in the work to get those benefits, right?
So give me an example on the other side.
I agree.
Okay. I'll give you an example. So a man might want a woman who, you know, cooks, cleans, has everything ready for him. And of course, I know it's hard to believe, but I'm into traditional gender roles as it relates to like my relationship.
Okay.
I'm into that. But I'm saying like in the broader view of it, I think that some men want women to do all this submitting when they aren't even providing the framework where a woman can comfortably submit.
What's the framework? Give me the framework.
Be like what you just said, being able to provide, being able to protect, being able to do all these things that has to be in place. And a person might not have a problem finding a woman that's like you. Did you have a problem finding your wife? Like, were you like, oh my goodness, I'm never going to find somebody?
Nope.
Exactly. Because you provided that framework and you were that type of person, right?
But the dynamics is different though, Kay, because y'all going to college now. Like you guys are wanting to compete for the same jobs. You want to compete for the same roles. Like you can't have a woman that says, okay, I want to be in a traditional marriage, but then I want to
not be traditional.
Yeah, because you guys are no longer traditional in how you're operating. You're not coming home and saying, okay, this is a part of the pot. Y'all coming home and saying, I want a man that can take care of me just in case I don't want to work, but I want to work, and then I also want the same. I want the same say so in the household. And this is a partnership versus me submitting to him. You can't have both. You got to pick one or the other. And if you want to have a partnership, then it's a completely different type of relationship than me being a benevolent dictator in so many words, right? But I still have the best interest of our household, you know, in the forefront of my mind. So you can't have it both ways. Either you want it the old way or you want it the new way. Me personally, I operate in the old way, but my relationship and everybody that I know, including my family, is way more successful in relationships than anybody I ever know. But then it's people today that say, well, this ain't 1950. We marry for love. Okay, well, keep getting divorced, keep being for the streets, keep getting remarried, keep doing all of the stuff that you want to do, and see how that gets you, because this is the first generation of women that's growing old and dying alone. It's not working out at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think traditionally men have been consistent as far as them understanding that they are the provider, them being consistent as far as what they want in a woman. So it hasn't been much change as far as men understanding their role and what they want in a woman. What has changed is the women's role, which we were traditional, and now we think it's progression, where now we're able to be like a man, quote unquote. But for me, I think it's regression, because there's no progress. We're not only stagnant, we're doing worse as far as our gender. So men has been, hey, this is what I want. You want this traditional man, then I need you to be this traditional woman. We're fighting it.
So here's my real question then, though. So let's just say hypothetically that a guy gets curious or somebody gets curious in a relationship, right? Because we very much talking about people that marry early or whatever. Do you consider that a deal breaker? And I'm kind of posing this question to the women, so to speak. If a guy steps out on y'all, is that a deal breaker? Are you walking away from the situation, right? If that's the case, considering that love, in my personal opinion, is not the foundation of what the marriage should be about.
I mean, I think in a marriage, I think marriage is forever. I think things happen within marriages. You got to work it out. Now, if there's some like ongoing just disrespect and abuse and things like that, of course you should not stay. But in terms of like something happening in your marriage, I mean, I don't think that's a deal breaker necessarily. I mean, think about it. If someone's going to be together for 50, 60 years, like things are going to happen. So, I mean, whatever the things may be. For some people, it might be, I mean, different things for different people. But yeah, I don't think that one instance of something happening within a marriage should end it. Marriage is supposed to be forever.
Yeah, I'm marrying to death with an F. Death.
All right, I hear it.
That's it.
So
death.
we can move on to the next subject. Hey, everybody, JR is having some technical difficulties, so we're gonna keep the show moving and we're gonna keep it popping. The next subject is his struggle to get it up. I don't even feel like I'm the person that should be introducing this subject because I don't even feel like
saying a woman's part.
Yeah, I don't even align with the mindset of how this is. Please, JR, step back in and give the context behind this. I don't even know if JR is here right now. His struggle to get up, her desire to get wet. Now, I don't know what the context of this.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank God you stepped in. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm about to come out the video for a little bit. But yeah, so the next topic was
Jesus.
Let me change the topic. I apologize. All right, here we go. His struggle to get it up, her desire to get it wet. His struggle to get it up, her desire to get wet. The reason I brought this topic up because we like having those tough conversations, and believe it or not, a lot of times in many households, there's a time where men struggle. There's also a time where women struggle as far as when it comes to getting it wet. So I kind of wanted to dive into this topic because sex breaks up marriages, relationships, especially in the long term. It doesn't really matter as much when you're dating, but when you have a significant other, I think that this is a very important conversation to have because let's face it, we all are going to reach that at some point in time, whether it's the age 50, whether it's the age 70. And I guarantee you there's 50? A lot of
dang, JR,
there are men that are having conversations
it's
about
45.
the struggle.
Say what?
Men start losing their libido at times in women at 45. That's when they have a lower sex drive, the average age.
But is it sex? Because sex drive is different than the ability to have sex. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm getting the issue.
I want to say it's a combination of both. You know, sex drive, because you can very well be in a marriage or relationship and the drive is there, but it just may not be working. And then also, you know, there's the aspect of the ability, like you said. You know, sometimes some people can't get it up or it slows down. Have you ever noticed how the older people get? Some, I won't say all, but some people slow down when it comes to having sex. You know, you go from every day to every other day, once a week, once a month. It happens.
Well, I gotta get to the bag. I can't be laying up under you all day. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? Like, listen, if it come to getting to the bag or busting it down, I'm going straight for the bag, bro. That chick ain't going nowhere. But go ahead, JR. Do your thing.
Yeah, Chicago Real, I want to get your take on this.
Yeah, man. I'm sitting up here laughing. You know, most times when we hear about this, it's usually a problem with the men. And, you know, whether it's sex drive or, you know, whatever else, you know, one of the practical things that I think about is diet and exercise. And, you know, I know, you know, erectile dysfunction was a hot and heavy topic for a while, and Viagra and what's the other one, Cialis and all that other stuff. And it's really a matter of, you know, the first part of it is if you taking care of yourself, if you're dieting right, if you're eating good, if you're watching your intake of meat and stuff like that, and if you're exercising, then you should be good to go, right? And then after that, the other thing that you hear from some men, not all, not even most, but some men, is that you know, they lose attraction for the person that they with. And in those instances, it's a struggle for them to get it up. And so to me, you gotta be, as a man, you gotta be creative about how you approach that with your woman, man. Like I said, we was talking before, you know, like for me, I don't have to cheat on my girl. I'm in a long-term relationship. I don't cheat on my girl. I don't have to. And I don't have issues with whether I find her attractive at all times. If it's something that I need to switch up, then we switch it up. We do what we gotta do to keep the relationship fresh. And you know, I'm always courting and dating her and things of that nature. But when you think about men and their lack of ability, you know, for me, it's real practical. It's like, what are you eating? And then are you keeping yourself up? Right. And then the flip side of it is, you know, are you attracted to the person that you with?
I think for men, I always tell a lot of men that you have to start masturbating, because when you masturbate, you become so much dependent on pleasing yourself that when it comes time to perform with the woman, you don't show up. So I encourage.
Yeah, you got to stop. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for that too. Yeah, I feel you though.
Oh, okay. I was like, you said, I'll tell
Yeah,
me.
you said you have to.
I
I
was
was
like, what?
You know, this whole phone thing is throwing me off right now.
Good.
Hey, JR looking like he's going through the airport, bro. What's going on?
Masturbate, boy.
I was like, what?
But,
no, you absolutely right, bro. You right, JR.
But as far as the ladies, I want to kind of, you know, dive into you guys' head a little bit and try to get an understanding as to why women dry out. You know, what are some of the causes that women dry out? I'm gonna start with you, Courtney.
Okay, it's Courtney. What's going on?
Hey, it's
y'all all right over there?
Tough conversation.
Yeah, like, ooh. I can just go on what I hear.
Oh, right.
Hey, JR did his own. He did his own sound effect.
Yeah, I can just. That's all I can go on. But I would say, as far as with women drying up or not being as lubricated down there as usual, I mean, menopause can happen. That, you know, will function. Maybe medication that can happen. That it does. And it could be where we're not attracted as well too. And that happens where a man can't get it up, a woman can't be as lubricated because of an attraction. All of this stuff, I think, it's fixable, especially if you're married or in a long committed relationship. All of this stuff is fixable. There's amazing sex therapists to go to, figure out doctors to go to. Maybe if you've gained weight, get in shape so you're more desirable to your mate. But yeah, all I can go on that part is hearsay. I don't.
All right, Kay, I'm coming to you. Let's talk about this cat wet. You know, what's the issue? What's the
I'm not sure. I think it depends on the individual. I think some people might not be compatible. Some people might not communicate well.
What?
Some people might have health issues, like Courtney said.
Mm-hmm.
I think, or, you know, age. I mean, there's a lot of different things that could affect this for different people. I think the key to not having that problem is just making sure you kind of get with the right person, someone that you're actually attracted to, someone that you actually vibe with, making sure that you communicate, making sure that you stay healthy, eat right, exercise, all of that physically. Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
I'm not sure.
Important to bring up too is the effects of birth control. So I've been listening to a lot of different talks, and I've been hearing that birth control does affect women. Is that true?
According to, You know, birth control, I mean, I'm not on birth control, so I don't know. But I know that hormonal birth control can have lots of effects on people. I guess it just depends on who you are. Some people gain weight, some people lose their libido, some people get moody. I mean, it just depends on who you are.
I want to ask another question for you guys. So, seeing how the sex drive goes, whether it be from birth control, natural age, whatever the case may be, what advice would you give somebody when they hop into a marriage? Anton, I'm pretty sure, well, you're not experiencing anything now, but like, what advice would you give somebody so that they're not only in a relationship just for sex?
That they not only in it just for that.
Yeah.
Well,
I won't say
I'm not,
but it plays a huge role. And as you get older, it does go down. So when it goes down, then it's like, what do you guys have to do at that point? Whether it be
you know what? Honestly, like, I'm gonna just be real with you, bro. Like, you just got to evolve. Like, and I think that the biggest thing for just being married for a long time and it being phenomenal, because I'm gonna be real, like, it is absolutely dope for me, and I think that we just continue to evolve. Like, I can't even believe I'm about to even have this conversation. I'm about to say this. All right, so look at her. She's looking at me crazy right now. Like, I remember when we you know what I'm saying, when we first got together and we linked up, we was crazy. Like, we would do some of the craziest stuff that you can ever think of. I remember,
what?
God, I can't even believe I'm about to have this conversation. We would we would do stuff like whatever we could think of. We would jump in a car, literally riding down the street naked, having sex while going down the road. I mean, anything that you can possibly think of, right? And so, like, for us, we've always just kept that chemistry and that, you know, continuing to try and evolve and whatever it is that we can think of, and, you know, private planes, whatever, bro. Like, you never run out of ideas or a shortage of things to get into. If y'all both just focused on what the best outcome is instead of being selfish about the situation. So I can't relate, bro. I don't understand how people would lose it. The one thing that I will champion that you did say is that I do tell guys all the time, you got to stop masturbating, bro. You got to stop watching so much porn, because your mind is then programmed to think that you having it a lot more than you really are. And so your desires, like, even if you think about when you first started watching porn, at first it was just, you could have probably got off on a YouTube video or a magazine, bro. Like, it was so basic and easy. And now I've seen guys evolve to the point to where it's so wild out there as far as they fetishes or the thing that they got to be able to do in order to even be able to perform. And a lot of it is due to their desire and their addiction to pornography and them masturbating too much, bro. And so for me, I don't do it at all, so that when I'm finally seeing you, it's on the spot. I mean, it's on. And y'all got to get more creative. Like, yeah, it's cool to bust it down sometimes, but then at the same time, you gotta, like, foreplay is all of that, bro. Like, I'm not about to teach y'all that. Y'all gonna have to join the Patreon. Y'all got to join the Patreon for that, bro. I can't be teaching them that much, bro.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let's make sure we get these likes up. Make sure you guys share. We still got 2 more topics left, and I don't want nobody to miss the show. Our next topic is the alpha and beta mentality, the pros and cons. The alpha and beta mentality, the pros and cons. I wanted to talk about this. I understand we talk about a lot of alpha male and beta male type topics, but let's talk about the mentality. And I want to actually give some support as to why we feel the way we feel. We're going to talk about the pros of the alpha, the cons of the alpha, and we're going to talk about the pros and cons of the beta. I want to start off by asking you guys, what's wrong with being alpha? I'm going to start with you, Chicago Rilla. What's wrong with being alpha? Like, why do people get irritated at the label of an alpha. What problem would the alpha pose, having that alpha mentality?
I think most people, when I look at, because to me it's different. So when I look at the men who have problems with alphas, most of the time it's personal for them. They may have had a personal interaction with somebody that they identified as alpha, and it didn't end well for them, right? In most cases, they may have been forced to submit to the will of an alpha, and that kind of breeds contempt and jealousy. And then most women,
we've witnessed that happen. Okay, I'm not gonna bring up all things, but water under the bridge. Water under the bridge. We see that happen often.
We just have the conversation. So listen, but then when I see,
let's just have a conversation.
So stupid.
Let's just have a conversation.
When I hear women talking about they have problems with alpha, it's the same thing. Like most people who don't understand the concept or the personality or the persona, the character of an alpha man, not male, alpha man, they've had bad experiences with them. And so it's all personal. Because
women or men?
Both.
Nah. Women don't have bad experiences with alphas. Women want alphas. Women pretend to want betas, and that they'll tell you, I want a guy that pays attention to the little things. I want a guy that's up under me, that pays me attention and all of that. What they say they want versus what they go for is a completely different story. We've seen that play out, but go ahead. No.
I'm thinking very specific. I'm thinking about the women that complain about alpha men. And
that's because they fullbacks.
Well,
those are the fullbacks, the linemen, the offensive linemen, the women that's built like
black.
Well, what is the
women that's built like offensive linemen? Those are the ones that complain about them because they can't get them. It's the difference.
Well,
what are the complaints, Rilla?
So that's what I was talking about. Not that they've been with one, but their experience with one is similar. They run because the man chooses. Period. The man chooses, right? And so these women who haven't been chosen or who may have been, most of the times is people that are being brutally honest with them and telling them, what they should hear, what they should take as constructive criticism. Most times it just comes out brutally honest. But to me, that's the end of it. Like they just have bad experiences with them, and that's the problem that they see with them. People who understand what an alpha man is and what he's doing in that moment or period, his long-term goal, whatever it is, whatever they understand about him, they typically don't have problems with him. It is what it is.
Hey, Real, I want to ask you a question. So, do you have kids?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got a son?
Yep.
Would you teach him to have the alpha mentality or the beta mentality? I'm not so much into the labels, but unfortunately the labels have been determined, and so we do know what an alpha male is and a beta male is. We do understand what their mentality is. We either have a grasp understanding of it.
Yeah.
Would you raise your son with the alpha mentality?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest with you. It's gonna sound like I'm deflecting, but I'm not. I raised my son with two principles: purpose and leadership. That's it. I have him focus on his purpose. I coach him. I teach him. I instill in him what I observe about him, right? Because I can't live his life for him. So I give him the tools and the resources, and what he decides to do with his life, that's on him. But I teach him to stay focused on his purpose. Be out here chasing girls. Don't look to the left. Don't look to the right. Don't look sideways. Don't look forward. Don't look back. Don't do none of that. Learn from my mistakes. Peep what I'm doing, because he's to the age now where I'm transparent and open with him. So learn from my mistakes. Become a better man, right? And be intentional about what you're doing. My son, I told my sons from a very early age, they can recite for you verbatim what integrity means. I drilled that into them early, right? So they focus on leadership and purpose. I don't really deal. I know alpha beta concept has been around for ages, and it's really just cycled back and become like a real hot topic as of late, right? So that's not something that I focus on with them, because that's, for me, it's not relevant to their lifestyle and what they're gonna do ultimately, but they need
Okay,
to.
so,
Sounds like
so let me ask you a question,
Go ahead.
Rilla, a follow-up question. So, you know, I respect that. I think that that's cool. I think that you somewhat dodged the question a little bit, but I respect your answer.
I know you do.
But when it comes to, because purpose and all of that, you know, that aligns with what you're doing and how successful you are, I think, to a larger extent. That's a reflection of it. Like the money, the success is going to be a reflection of you staying on your purpose. When it comes to them picking a spouse, when it comes to them dealing with women, I think that the question is more relevant when it comes to that. And you know, and as a follow-up question for your situation, what would you teach him? Would you just say, hey, you know, you got to live your life or whatever like that? Or are you teaching him to align himself with more principles that come along with being an alpha, or a guy that kind of subjects himself or looks for a partnership, i.e. beta, with a woman?
No. When we have our conversations, and we don't, I'll be honest, like we don't talk much about women. He's interested. I always steer him to stay focused on his purpose right now. This is not the time for girls for him right now. This is not the time to entertain women right now. That'll come. Now, when that time comes for us to have that deep dive, what I will tell him is to look for the woman that aligns with him and that's suited for him and that'll help him achieve his purpose. So I know y'all feel like I'm saying, like I'm dodging the question. I'm really not. I'm just, for what I stand on, what I believe, the alpha beta, that's just become a hot topic as of late. I don't deep dive into that with my son. So when I think about what I've talked about real time with my sons, purpose and leadership, that's it.
So then, purpose and leadership, would you place that up under the alpha mentality?
That would be up under there.
Been
Okay.
alpha.
That would be
Yeah. Okay. So there's nothing wrong with preaching that. I think the reason why we describe, you know, beta men as being beta, because we feel that they should be above that. We feel it's okay to have emotion, but have emotion with yourself. Like those emotions don't need to be displayed for everybody to see. You know, not all the time. I'm not talking about death, but you know, just going tit for tat. Under no circumstance am I about to argue with a woman. If you arguing with a woman, that's a beta mentality. Do you guys agree?
I agree.
What about you, brother?
No, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Kay? You've been a little quiet over there on this alpha and beta conversation.
I think I have very different views about this alpha beta thing. I think, like Chicago was saying, it's kind of like a hot topic.
Hold on, I'm gonna say something real quick. Let's not focus so much on the label. Focus on the actual mentality. Like if you have kids, if you
I don't
have
have
a son,
kids.
I know, but I said
Oh.
if and when, if at all, you have a child, particularly a man, a boy, a young man, what type of mentality would you desire for him?
If I had a boy, if I had a son, I would want for him to be driven. I would want for him to have leadership qualities. I would want for him to be smart. I would want for him to be emotionally intelligent. I mean, I would want for him to be ambitious. Like, there's a ton of qualities I would want my child to have, whether they were a boy or a girl.
Right. And so I want to ask you this. When it comes to men, are you more attracted to a man that's focused on his purpose?
Oh, I thought you were going to say or.
No, go ahead. No.
I definitely find ambition attractive, and focus is an attractive quality. I always think of it like this with the whole alpha beta thing. Like I said, I think I just have a different view because maybe I don't understand it the way that some people do. But like, for people to call people betas as an insult, I don't understand, because without betas, there would be no, like, you need them. I don't know.
For what?
Because betas are the, like, people who help the alphas carry out their mission. But maybe I'm thinking about it too biologically or anthropologically. Like, maybe I'm thinking about it too deep. I don't know. But that's why I said I think I just have a different view. But to your point, I mean, to your question, JR, I definitely find like that ambitious, driven, personality type in a man to be attractive for sure. So I get that aspect, but everyone's not an alpha. Like, I just see this thrown around so often. Like, every man who is on his purpose is just an alpha male, and that's just not true in my opinion. But like
would
I said,
would you talk to a guy that society identifies as a beta?
This is the thing about that. Like, it depends on the situation. Like, you don't always have to come across in some very domineering type of way in every situation. Like, I like when a man knows how to move within different circles. It just depends. And in terms of what I
don't know what
alpha,
that means, Kay.
Let me explain.
No, hold on. Before you add the context, would you talk to a guy that society would deem as beta?
Well, my man, society wouldn't deem him as beta.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I mean, you can go ahead and add your context now. I just wanted to know. Yeah. Because like I said, that very much proves my point. What women say they want versus what it is that they align themselves with is two different things. Watch out, gentlemen. Don't let these women fool y'all into the friend zone. Do what you're supposed to do.
I get what you're saying, Anton, and I get where you're going. It's kind of like, of course, I understand what you're saying. Women go after a certain type stereotypically, right? But if we just kind of look at like people that are in relationships, people that are married, everyone that's married is not an alpha man.
I agree.
Everyone that's in a relationship is not an alpha man. So obviously, like, there are people who desire all these other types of men.
But they're suffering. Suffering.
Just because you're married doesn't mean it's a good marriage. And to go back to your point,
they suffering.
I
every talk to them every day. They say, I got guys. So like, for example, it'd be guys that
Chicago, I'm about to come to you.
It'd be guys in watching these videos, and I even put him on my Instagram stories. It'd be guys like, I used to hate Anton because he talked a certain type of way, but you know what? When I went and looked in the mirror, I realized that I was a sucker, I was a simp, I was a beta, and now I feel like I need to make some changes because I've been suffering and emasculated and been looked at as weak for so long, for so much of my life, and even in my own marriage, that I need to make a change. These dudes is suffering. They suffering because they've been raised and taught to think like women, and you are not a woman. You are a dude that is supposed to lead your tribe and be on your purpose and not be subjecting yourself to the ideas behind what women think. Do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Take them in consideration. Take their advice, but you are the one that make decisions that's best in the interest of your family. I don't know why that's so hard for guys to grasp.
Go ahead, Courtney, and then I'm going to go after you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, even with Kay, when you said every man is not an alpha, which is true. However, it doesn't mean that they should not be striving to be. Just like every woman is not feminine. However, they should be striving to be. There's a core essence of when we think about an alpha, which I am very much attracted to, is leadership, is being assertive on their purpose. That is what men should be. Beta is the complete opposite. They're not assertive. They're not on their purpose. They're emotional. That's why they get friend zoned. They're good buddies. So every man is not, but that doesn't mean that it should be, you should not be striving to be. Men should be leveling up just as women. And that leveled up is, as far as for me as a man, is more alpha attributes. As far as the women, it's more feminine attributes. And they just match. They complement each other. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
Chicago, let me get your input on this. But I've had conversations. I don't know if it was with you, Courtney, or Kay about this alpha and beta stuff. I honestly think that this is a conversation that men should be having with men. I think that when women get involved in a conversation, not saying that all women are like this, but like a lot of women hate to hear it. I think we need to champion men on being alphas, on being on their purpose, not being so emotional. There's a lot of guys that need coaching when it comes to being in these marriages and these relationships on how they should act, how they should coordinate themselves, how to remain in frame at all times. So I'm not so much mad at the women because I don't expect them to really understand like this mentality and what we're trying to push here. So this conversation needs to be had with more men. More men, we all got to come together. I mean, even if you can just talk to like 1 or 2 people, like in a week, in a month, we have to keep preaching this because everybody wasn't raised the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even me, like I was raised like majority by my mother. These are things that I had to adapt. I had to research, understand myself, like understand like communication, understand like relationships, understand how men and women are wired. A lot of people don't understand that. We don't have to label them, and women hate to hear it, but deep down, these women desire that alpha mentality.
Well, JR, do you not think it's important that a woman is honest to say, hey, man, you guys, you're simping, you're beta. You think that's what women want because we're telling you. However, the results doesn't show that. Don't you think that should be kind of important in the conversation with letting men know women want man?
Yeah, I think it is important. And those are
Really shaking his head no.
No, I don't think it's important at all.
Okay.
Why not?
Please explain.
Yeah, I don't think it's important about what the women are saying, what they want. I mean, because if I think about a couple of shows ago, Court, you were saying like, hell, we don't even understand ourselves, right?
That's different. I said it's emotional. What I'm saying, the core, and I'm talking about women nature.
Well, what I'm saying is the gentleman that is like when you think about the law of attraction, right? You think about The Secret, you think about C-Time, all these different concepts for attracting whatever energy to you. So if you want to attract opposite energy, masculine attracts feminine, right? So the gentleman that is, again, I mean, for me, it's intent, purpose, leadership. In that order, categorize that. It's going to fall under whatever. But the man that's doing what he's supposed to do for himself is going to attract the woman that he is supposed to attract to him. And it doesn't matter what it says that she wants or likes. We just saw that. Okay, real time. We just saw that with Kay, where Kay said, hey, this, that, and the third, blase, blase, blase. And then Anton said, well, hey, what type of man are you with, or whatever, however that conversation did. It came back to, well, my man people wouldn't define as an alpha. I mean, wouldn't define as a beta.
That's what I'm saying, though. So, like I said, the last previous show, I said women are emotional. No, we go up and down, which we do. However, our nature stays the same. Women might not know, but men have a nature, women have a nature. So I can tell you I want something, but then my nature proves something different. That's why I said, women go up, because we always trying to move from our nature, and that's the problem. We're always trying to go different from what we're naturally built to be. So I think it's important that men know that there's a woman nature. However, you listening and on an emotional roller coaster of a woman, you're not going to go anywhere. But if you understand the nature of a woman, is always going to go for an alpha male. And if once they realize that, then maybe we'll get some of these simps on, because they're simping thinking women want beta because that's what we're telling them, which is absolutely against our nature. Does that making sense? I'm trying. You're on mute.
No, I understand that context.
Okay. But yeah, so that's what I think is important. So women's nature is always going to go alpha.
Why are you looking like that, Chicago?
You don't want to believe me.
What I'm looking like?
You're looking like.
You don't want to believe me.
Yeah, but understanding it. Yeah, understanding it and rocking with it is two different things, though. I don't think you subscribe to that idea, which I'm not. I don't think nobody is trying to convince you to. But because even you said something. You said intent. What did you say? Intent something.
Leadership, purpose.
Intent, leadership, purpose. Like for me, intent don't mean as much as it means to everybody else. The only thing that matters is winning. Like the only thing that matters is the result, is getting to it, what the end goal is. I don't care about participation trophies. I don't care about none of that. And I think that society, to a larger extent, in order to make everybody feel special, has operated in a space to where they feel like intent is valuable. And I don't think intent is valuable. I think the only thing that matters is who finishes the race and who get there and who win. And if you didn't, you know, I mean, all my heroes are psychopaths. Michael Jordan, like Michael Jordan would make stuff up in his mind in order to continue to push himself to be the greatest person on the court. Like they did whatever it took to win. They didn't care about what other people felt about them. They didn't care about what everybody's intent was, because nobody remembers the person that tried and failed. The only thing that they remember is the person that's actually memorable as a result of becoming a winner. And so for me, I just don't understand why intent, for example, is a valuable thing in people's minds.
Clarify, because I know what you're saying, and I agree with you 1,000%. I'm misspeaking when I say intent. I'm talking about intentional. So you're being intentional about what you're doing. You're being disciplined about what you're doing. So I misspoke. Let me be clear. I wasn't saying intent like I have good intentions. I was saying intentional, and I misspoke.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Mm-hmm. That actually makes more sense.
Hey, Kay, I know you've been kind of quiet over there. What's your thoughts on this? What's being said?
When I think of alpha and beta, I really think of it from like more of a biological standpoint versus like personality traits, in terms of access and power within social groups. So, I mean, somebody that someone might not consider an alpha male, but in the human, you know, amongst humans, somebody might not consider an alpha male. Maybe they're a billionaire. They're an alpha male now because they have access and control. I mean, it's just there's dudes that sleep in their mom's basement that get all the women on their block, who dudes look up to and look at I mean, it just really depends on the social circle. That's why somebody can be like, I'm an alpha male, but if you're walking into the room with like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, like, are you really the alpha there? And I just have a different view of it. That's why I'm just listening.
But see, what y'all are saying. The thing, like the dude that's sleeping in his mom's basement and he 30, like, I don't care what he feel like or how he identifies himself. Like, real dudes that's getting to it don't have any regard for that dude whatsoever, because
I agree. I get that. But I'm saying, like, in terms of what alpha males are, in terms of access within their social groups, in terms of being favorable in terms of women wanting them, having access, I just look at it differently.
Well, what are the attributes do you think? Like, if we're talking about an alpha male, what are characteristics?
Access to favorable mates.
I don't look at having money as being alpha. Like, no. I don't think that's money alone. It's plenty of simps that's got money. It's plenty of simps that got to the bag, or, you know, they were successful. I know a lot of dudes that played video games in their mom basement for so long, and then somehow they became, you know, the ninjas of the world and stuff like that. Like, that don't make you alpha. You know what I'm saying? Just alone having money. A lot of times I think that dudes that are successful that are on their grind are often rewarded as a result of being on a person, being on a grind. So the money then aligns with who they become as a person. But money alone, a lot of times, is not the only thing that will make you an alpha. And just as much as being able to bag chicks, that alone does not determine whether or not you're alpha.
I agree.
And I think that's the misconception.
I agree with that. I think that I guess, like I keep saying, I just look at it differently, because if, let's say you, Anton, right? If we drop you off in some, like, amongst some tribe somewhere, you're not going to be the alpha male there. Like,
yes, I will. I will. Eventually I will. I bet I will.
Kate, you don't think that alpha males can coexist?
I'd adapt and I'd win.
That's not what I'm
way. In that culture, I would win. Yes, I guarantee it.
So you're saying that, so you're saying that if you've never lived off the grid, you would know better than the people who already lived there how to survive. And you think the women would be like, oh, yes, Anton, versus the people who have been leading them the whole time?
I think that it's in my nature to adapt and win in any environment. The initial dropping off point is obviously you're at a disadvantage, but ultimately I am going to win. I am going to win in any environment, in any space, and I am going to adapt to be the greatest dude in that. And I'm telling you, that's just my nature. Like, I'm going to win at everything. It don't matter how far behind I am. I'm going to chase you down, and I'm going to be on your heels, and I'm a not sleep until I become better than you at what it is that you're great at. I am going to chase you down. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing, because you can't fight with a dude that's willing to die for whatever it is that he's trying to do. I'm willing to die to beat you. I will go to the death until you die in order to win. How you gonna compete? You can't fight a war with a terrorist. I'm a terrorist when it comes to this game. Man, I'm telling you, bro. I don't play no games, bro.
I was just gonna say, what he's speaking, it's not cap. It's that competitive nature, like, the same as we were talking about Jordan earlier. I mean, you watched The Last Dance, and it was like he made up scenarios in his head where somebody was trash talking. Cat ain't said one word to him. He just said something in an interview or something, and all of a sudden, it's that desire and that competitive nature in men to figure it out, be the best, and come out on top. And it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, that's why when you look at Jordan, he went into other different ventures and venues to become the best. And the reality
listen, this is what it comes down to. I have never lost and not came back and won in no aspect of my life. In my mind, I was going to be the greatest person that ever graduated in my high school, not only my class, but in my high school's history. Then I was going to be the best dude that ever came out of the college that I went to. If I played ball, I was going to get pissed off. If I lost, I'm going back in the gym and I'm shooting 1,000 jumpers every single day. I'm not sleeping. I'm dribbling the ball from 8 Mile to 7 Mile and 7 Mile back to 8 Mile blindfolded. I'm going to do whatever it takes. So when I see you again, I'm going to win. Like it's happened like that in my career. It's happened like that in a lot of my businesses. It's happened like that in my corporate career, climbing all the way up to vice president. Like, I am going to win, and it's going to be the same thing for this YouTube, this Lapeef channel, my channels. I'm just telling you, I'm not sleeping. I'm up till 4 a.m. every day, because anything that I decide that I'm going to get into, I'm going to sleep the minimum amount possible in order to chase you down and win. If you get the best of me in the debate, understand I'm coming back for you. I am coming back for you. That's just the way it is, bro.
See, you know what? Like I said, I don't think of it the same way y'all do. I think I look at it much differently, and I can admit that. I don't think necessarily that like tenacity or perseverance or drive or ambition necessarily, and I'm not saying you, Anton, I'm just saying in general, I don't think that necessarily means you're the alpha of a group. Like, I get the mentality. I understand that, like, what y'all are saying. Alpha men do this, alpha men do that. I get it. I agree. But in terms of a group, you don't get to set that. The group gets to set that. If there is not to get all like national.
Yeah, but when I walk in the room, people be quiet. They like the group already understands who I am.
Understandable, and I'm sure that that's the case in terms of a lot of groups, but you haven't been in. There is no universal alpha man. Like, if you walk into the White House, they're not going to think like, oh, Anton's here. Like, they're not going to do that. It just depends.
I don't know why not.
I don't know. You never heard of having a presence? There is such a thing as having a presence. When someone walks in a room, you can honestly scan a room and see, oh, okay, it's something different about this person. It's a presence.
I understand that, but I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. That je ne sais quoi, like you just walk in and people are like, "Oh, look at him or her." I get that. I'm just saying though, like it's not. You can't say, "Oh, there's a universal alpha male" if he hasn't been in all situations and been the alpha.
But
like,
here's the thing, though. Like, there can be more than one alpha male in the
I
room
agree.
at the same
That's
time.
right.
So,
They can coexist.
and a lot of
completely
times,
agree.
like even if you look at a lot of these circles, like the people that I call friends, they all have the same type of mentality. Like, we going for it. We gonna get it.
Yeah.
We gonna chase it. And you know, we do still compete when we go into certain things that we do together or whatever like that. Like, it is very much a I want to beat you. Even if you look on the court, I considered Isaiah Thomas, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, all of these, Kobe Bryant, like they was all on the court together and they all considered themselves friends, but at the same time they wanted to beat each other. So I think that you can have more than one at the same time, but we also just have to understand that it's just a mentality that a man has to have when he moves in his purpose, and he's not subjecting himself to the idea of what women think, but how men are supposed to move in order to be successful.
See, and this is where I see it differently. And, you know, I'm sure we're going to talk about this later and more deeply, but like, if we're saying alpha is a mentality, no, it's not. Alphas are chosen. The group decides, like, we are going to let this person lead us. And the alpha male, let's say it's a silverback gorilla. Now I'm getting all like into animals, but whatever. They don't say every gorilla can't be like, I'm the alpha. Like, they can't.
You know, but it starts with self.
Hold on, JR.
But it starts with self, though.
Hold on, JR.
Yeah, it does.
So let's use the animal example, right? How do they determine who's the leader?
They
even in the animal kingdom.
They
exactly my point. So it's not that they choose, is that the winner wins, and then everybody else subjects themselves to them. It's nobody chooses anybody. Everybody follows who it is that they know is the best person. That's all it comes down to. And
you know, Anton, you know I rock with you, but it is not a mentality. It's not a mentality. It just is. If you're the alpha, you're the alpha in that social circle. You can be, you can't take any person and be like, here, go out there, go get them, Tiger, and they're gonna be the alpha. Like, that's just not how it works. There is hierarchy within social groups, and no matter how hard some people try, they're never going to be the alpha male within those groups.
I don't know. I don't believe that.
I'm not saying that alphas can't coexist. I'm not saying that there can never
be. That's what it sounds like when you make the comparison to gorillas, and it's like, who's the top? You know, you're comparing it to animals, but you're not saying that multiple alphas can exist and multiple alpha men. Well, when you compare it to who's the top dog, when we're talking about humans and when we're talking about humans and we're talking about men and men being in social circles, they can be multiple alphas that exist and they will know each other. Real recognize real. So it's multiple alpha men that can be and coexist around each other. Your example was there was just one, they fight to the death and it's just one and you pick them. And I disagree. I know you didn't say that, but your example.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Your example was it not the gorilla and just one?
I said every gorilla is not an alpha male.
Right. Okay. Well, your example was as if it was just one. And I think me and Anton made it, and I'm agreeing with him, is that they can coexist. They can be multiple alphas that can coexist and they know each other. Even if you would throw an alpha male in a situation, one would know, oh, I know he ain't from here, but it's something different about him. It's something about him. Oh, he looked like he could maybe help and lead amongst the group. So.
And don't leave your chick by herself around me.
Well, I didn't say that.
As Chicago Gorilla, like
I'm in my feminine energy right now. I got on my pink shirt. I got on my blue wristband. Don't drop me off in your pack of women.
Hey, Chicago Rilla, I want you to take us home with this one. I want you to kind of just address what you've been hearing, if you agree or disagree, or your thoughts, and then close us on out on this topic.
Man, on this one, listen, I think that we're all human beings being fully human. And it's a lot of conversation. I know this is a hot buzzword right now. I know it's the topic of discussion about alpha, beta, this, that, and the third, man. What I would say to the gentleman, fam, focus on your purpose, fam. Focus on your purpose. Why are you here? What are you doing? Right? And then, listen, if you're a leader, right? If you're leading, you know, by pure definition, that falls under the alpha trait. And so I think there are, I don't know, man. I just, you know, that especially in our, just to keep it 1,000 in our Facebook group, like this whole conversation, and even on these YouTube comments, all this stuff with this alpha beta, I mean, you know, makes no never mind to me. Honestly, the labels don't hurt me because there's nothing that anybody could label one way or the other that's gonna take me off of what I'm doing and what I'm here for, right? So I say that to the gentleman too, man. Like, if you're leading, if you're in your purpose, right? And if you're intentional, disciplined, that's what you focus on. That's what you focus on. And you don't look to the left, you don't look to the right, you stay the course. That's it, period.
I meant to ask you guys, I want to ask the ladies this, and then we're going to close this on out. The second part of the question was the cons. Are there any pros of having the beta mentality? Are there any pros of having the beta mentality? Courtney.
They're great friends.
Great friends. Okay. Kay, are there any pros?
Yeah, they can do your hair.
Of having the beta mentality.
Do my behind.
Yes, because everyone can't be an alpha, so somebody gotta be betas and all these other things.
You can
Right.
You can always try.
You can sleep next to him and don't have to worry about him touching you.
I mean,
we could cry at movies. We could watch Love Jones. I like it.
Oh my God.
I'm just joking.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. We're about to ready to start our final topic, but before we do, make sure you guys get them likes up. I definitely appreciate the super chats. I got the camera back on. I'm back, baby. I'm ready. All right, our last and final topic before we take calls. It's crazy because people are already texting me, tap me in, I'm next. We ain't even got there yet, but I'm gonna play a clip before we start the next topic.
I need. Oh probably my God, that's not right. Yeah. Real talk though, Greg, he's a good guy. He's consistent and reliable, safe.
He's starting to sound like a Volvo.
Yeah, exactly. A Volvo's good, but Reggie, he is just like a brand new Porsche Panamera, and when I am driving it, I feel free. You know, no judgment, no worries. And my body, it is so grateful for that freedom.
Yeah.
I've never felt that before.
Our last and final topic of the night is, do you marry the person who looks good on paper but doesn't completely have your heart? I'll read that again for the slow folks. It's okay to say slow? I don't care. The best show ever. Do you marry the person who looks good on paper but doesn't completely have your heart? Start with you, Chicago Rilla. Your thoughts on that?
Man, I don't know, man. I know we've seen cases of that. I mean, if that's I don't know, man. Do you marry the person that looks good on paper? We've seen that happen. Right?
Come on.
We've seen that happen, right? We've seen people, you know, you talk about arranged marriages, and then you talk about, like, if you think about Hollywood, you think about a marriage of power, right? So you think about these couples that get together, but I think it goes back to what Anton was saying in terms of, marrying for love. I think the question, the way it's being presented is, are you looking at the marriage as a covenant? And if you're looking at covenant, then that's an exchange of strengths for weaknesses between two people. And that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with love whatsoever. So I get it. I mean, we've seen examples of that happens. And then we see what also happens as a result of people marrying people who look good on paper, but then don't have their heart. Because they end up most of the time, they end up chasing their feelings, their emotions, their heart. They're looking for the Disney fantasy, right? And when they don't get that, where they at the courthouse filing for divorce under irreconcilable differences. It's not a good look.
So what was the answer?
Yeah, people. I mean, we see that. Yeah, people do marry for people for people who look good on paper. Well, they marry people chasing their heart. However the question was posed, man. Like, we see the examples of it. Do you marry a person who looks good on paper but doesn't completely have your heart? Yeah, we see that because these are the same people most of the times. Well, male and female do it. They end up chasing, sleeping or cheating with the person that they really want to be with.
But should you though?
Would I do it? No.
You wouldn't do what?
Right.
No, I wouldn't marry somebody like who doesn't completely have my heart. I like the part. Listen, I'm in
really?
The person that I'm in a relationship now, we're building what we want. We're building what we want, right? So I don't have a need to go back, cheat, chase what I think I didn't have or didn't get or whatever. What we're building right now, I'm invested in her. She's invested in me. That's what we're doing on this earth.
Sounds like a partnership.
Where's the partnership at?
You guys are building what y'all want together, right? It sounds like a partnership. No?
Yeah,
does
okay.
it?
I mean, however you want to label it. It doesn't move me one way or the other, however you want to label it.
I'm not moving you. Like, I'm just summarizing, trying to summarize.
I hear you. I'm just
because listen. Okay. Yeah. So listen, everything isn't a shot. All right. What I'm trying to understand is when you answer the question, I didn't actually get any clarification on which side you chose. Like, I was looking for the context, but then I didn't get any clarification on whether you were saying that you more closely align with the person that have your heart or the person that looked good on paper. And so when you said that they can't completely have your heart, I'm summarizing that's what you're choosing and that this is more of a partnership, right?
Now, I think you have to have a healthy balance of both, right? I think you have to have a healthy balance of both. So if you married a person that strictly looks good on paper, right, and it's no emotion, then how does that work? Right? Because then you see people leaving their situations to go follow the person that they really want to be with to begin with. No?
I don't know what you're saying, bro. Like, for me, it's very simple. Like, I don't know. JR,
you've been married for 17 years, and I'm pretty sure you have a clear, succinct answer because you've been working on it for 17 years.
Courtney, I'm coming to you. Do you marry the person who looks good on paper but doesn't completely have your heart?
Well, my Bible tells me that the heart is deceiving. So, I mean, I'm just going to go and rock on that. And unfortunately, I've been following my heart and going on, oh, I love him and that, but not understanding what this man is, his principle, his character. I've just been going on how I felt. And because of that, right. So no, I align with what is his character? Is he a leader? And does he feel that I can align with his purpose where we can both build and be great? So, partnership, love, I've always been told, you can always fall in love. And I think what women get it wrong is that we're always following a man because of our feelings and we love him. I think we switch it around and follow and go with the man that we respect first, then that would change the game up completely. So no, the heart is deceiving, feelings are deceiving. It's wish-washy. Y'all know how I feel about that. No, you go with a man that you respect, that you can look up to. And because of that, that's how you love them.
Okay, coming to you next. Do you marry the person who looks good on paper but doesn't completely have your hearts?
I would say personally, because personally, someone who didn't look good at all on paper would never really have my heart. Like there has to be that's what attracts me. Certain things, like having certain things together as a man, is what attracts me in the first place. So like if you didn't have any of that together, you would never have my heart. So I guess it's a combination of the two of the things. I wouldn't say like, oh, he looks good on paper and I don't like him at all, let's marry him. And I wouldn't say, oh, he ain't got nothing going on, but I love him, let me marry him. I'm not attracted to people who don't have certain things in order. So they would have to.
If somebody put a gun to your head and say, hey, we got two extremes. This guy is good on paper, but he don't have your heart. And this guy got your heart, but he not look good on paper. Which one are you going with?
If there was a gun to my head.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like these absolutes.
I mean, honestly, maybe you and Chicago are in a relationship together because you guys closely align as far as your perspectives and how you guys are talking. And I honestly think that both of y'all should run for public office. You guys are really good with dancing around a question and not directly attacking it. I just don't understand. Like, what is going on?
I have a man and Chicago has a woman, and we are not each other. So let's just get that straight.
I get it.
But
Jesus,
but
y'all are a match made in heaven. though. I would love to see what that conversation would be if y'all were together and y'all were in a relationship and y'all were trying to decide where to go out to eat. That would probably be the most complicated conversation that I would like. Jesus Christ, yo!
It's not. It's not dancing around though. It's not dancing around the question. It's answering it honestly as it relates to me. I'm not gonna say, oh, I would date some dude that doesn't look good on paper at all because I love him. Or, oh, I would date some dude who I'm totally in love with that doesn't have anything in order in their life. Like, I'm just not at that point in life where those two extremes are viable options.
We'll go to Chicago really next.
Yeah, I have a question for Kay.
Okay, Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So you're single, and there's this man that comes to you, this hypothetically, right? And this man comes to you, everything looks great on paper. His values, his morals, amazing career, vision driven. That's it. But you're not feeling him. You're just like something. I'm just, I'm not in love with this man. He don't give me the heebie-jeebies or whatever. Would you give him a chance?
No, because I don't. I don't have to do that. I need both. Like, I'm not in a desperate situation where I gotta give anybody a chance. Like,
let's say hypothetical. Okay, this is a hypothetical question. So now you're desperate. You're in a desperate situation. Now what do you do?
You're like, there's only two men on earth, and you have to.
Yep, it's only two.
Do I choose the one who's good on paper versus the one that has my heart? I would choose, if there was two men left on earth and I had to choose, I would choose the one who was probably the one that was good on paper, because he would be able to survival skills. And like, if we're the last people on earth.
You're proving a point.
It's not a point to be proven. I'm not disagreeing. I was very neutral about the topic. I was just speaking about me. I'm not saying either way is wrong.
Here's the point.
Y'all could be y'all can be work husband and wife.
Boy,
like this is like work. Like,
Anton, stop.
Y'all can be work husband and wife. It happens all the time.
But here's the point of it.
Because you and Courtney align on some topics.
Well, no, really. But here's the thing. But here's the point that I'm seeing is when you don't feel the pressure of getting married, then you are in this world is happy-go-lucky, and I'm just going to be with someone that I just love, and he's awesome. He doesn't have any attributes of an amazing husband, but I'm going to give this man the time because I don't feel any pressure. However, once that pressure hits, then we're looking at all the attributes. Once we hit 40, 50, then we're looking at attributes, and it's not about love. It's about that man. But why didn't we give him a chance when we was 25? That's the problem.
I got another question, but I know JR got a method to his madness, so I'm gonna let you do your thing, JR. Just keep me in mind with my question.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so another hypothetical question. And this is for both
Come on.
Chicago and Kay. So hypothetically, if y'all, like, let's just say both of y'all relationships ended at the same time, would y'all like be open to the possibility of talking to each other?
Anton, I'm so sick of you.
Bro,
And JR,
you got to relax.
What is the problem? We grown folks. It's a hypothetical situation.
Come on.
I hear you. You gotta relax, bro. You gotta relax. Hey, look,
y'all can ask me anything. It's nothing on the table.
Anton, walk us through 22. Walk us through 22-year-old Anton, and what was so. I'm assuming that you're saying, for your perspective in your situation, you would choose what looks good on paper. The heart comes later. And
yes.
So it would. So let me ask you this: two questions. So the first part is, what percentage has to look good on paper versus the portion of your heart?
What do you mean?
So is it 70? Oh, so
the heart thing don't even play a role in me making an informed decision.
Cool. So
do you love your wife?
If she, I love her, but at the same time, but you got to understand that. See, here's the thing, and this is. I'm glad that you asked this question because when I first met her, she didn't mean anything to me. Like, she was the chick that I told about all the other chicks that I was talking to. Like, she was my dog, my best friend. I never looked at her as an option or none of that. You know what I'm saying? But I valued her because she held herself at a higher standard above all the other chicks. So, for example, I could have very much been like, at the moment that I talked to her, she asked me to take her virginity. I'm like, nah, like you're not even like the rest of these chicks. Don't even subject yourself. You know what I'm saying? All the rest of these chicks is bust downs. Just chill out, hold off, be the good girl. So she played that role in being my best friend and just rocking with me. And then I got to understand her principles, her morals, what she looked like on paper, and what her potential could be as a potential wife, even though that's not what I was evaluating her for or what I was looking at the time that we were best friends. Then when we went through life and, you know what I'm saying, she came into her own as far as, getting out of college and all of that. And she was still the exact same person, still not a buzz down, none of that crap. I was like, you know what? That's my wife right there. That's my wife. We're going to take over the world together. And we've grown to love each other more than any other thing on this earth. So if you asking a question, that's the context to it. But it's all about the paper. All that hurt junk, you don't even know what your hurt means. As a young person, you don't even know what you want. The things that you desire and attracted to and what you feel like your heart is saying is very much lying to you and is going to make you a baby mama.
You didn't know that at 22.
Well, I don't have any children. Does everybody here have kids? I don't have any. I'm not a baby mama. I've never been pregnant. I get what you're saying, Anton, because it seems like you're saying that the heart wasn't first, right? You and your wife, before you were with her like that, y'all were really best friends. She was your homegirl type of thing. And it grew.
My heart was with the chick that was shaped like a Coca-Cola bottle. But if you look at her today, she looks like a fullback.
But if
you know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, that would have been a bad choice.
Go ahead.
I mean,
my chick is a wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? She's not a fullback.
I think though that the thing that took you from her being your homegirl to her being your wife was when the feelings got brought in, and that's all.
That's not true. That's not true. I told her when I first met her, even though I wasn't necessarily interested in her, and I turned her down. And you can ask her right now. I told her, I said, you probably gonna be my wife. You probably gonna be my wife. But it had nothing to do with interest or love or any of that. I just seen the value of who she was as a young woman. It's just the truth.
So the value piece, when you talk the value piece, would you say that was her having a piece of your heart, or that was all under her on paper?
No, wasn't no hurt in that at all. Not even a little bit.
No heart, not even. So you valued her.
No, I'm telling you, I was a savage in every single way you can think of. Nobody meant anything to me.
I hear you.
If you was in my way or you wasn't aligned with me, then you was an object to be moved out of the way. And that went for anybody. It didn't make no difference, honestly. Like it ain't have nothing to do with hurt. I valued people in general, but as it came to me, I feel like men at certain stages of their life need to be selfish. They need to be so focused on their own development that nobody else plays a role in their life. And then that other part comes along with it once you become the person that you're supposed to be. But you can't pour out of an empty cup. You can't give out to other people when you don't have nothing to give. So I think that men need to be selfish at early parts of their life and stop being so focused on what everybody else wants from them or what role they play in other people's lives. Become what you're supposed to be. Stop worrying about these hoes. Stop worrying about these chicks. Get them out of your way, man. They don't mean nothing.
I got to call when y'all finish.
All right.
Well, I was going to say, I think men and women look at marriage different. I think men look at marriage as far as getting a woman as far as an asset. So a woman has to be an asset to the relationship. It's not necessarily, oh, I'm just head over heels. If you're, and then maybe I'm talking about an alpha man, but it's being an asset. And it's good. If you're creating a business, like you got to get out of your emotions if it's going to work. I don't think Rilla, I mean, I feel pushback and that's fine. But however, if you're going to marry and get in a bond and get in a contractual situation with a woman, she has to be an asset to you. It doesn't necessarily have to be all about love. Love will come. You're going to love her for being that asset.
Oh, really?
I'm not pushing back against any of what you're saying. The conversation that we're having and what it seems what we're talking about is you go 100% on paper. We're not saying 70.
Well, yeah, well, I mean,
10. We're not saying 95.5. We're not saying 50.
Oh, I didn't specifically say 100%.
Come on.
You gotta look good on paper, and the feelings will come later.
That's exactly what I said. I'm not. I've been consistent the entire time, bro.
This is true.
I have no I'm not changing that. Like, yes.
I don't
think about it. And JR, I want to let you get to the caller, but just think about it. Think about it. I think that, and I could be wrong because I don't have any data statistics to back this up, right? But this is just my best educated guess, right?
Come on.
I think that we are at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to being successfully married. Our culture. Yet we continue to embrace this mindset that's completely different from other cultures that are more successful when it comes to building wealth, having successful relationships, being married long term, so on and so forth. So if you look at it from that lens, why don't we embrace the possibility that it should be the other way around versus how we feel and leading with our hurt or what it is that we feel like we want at the time?
I agree. Who's the less divorced? Is it off feelings or arranged? Arranged. That's the less divorce rate is arranged marriages.
This is what I would push back on that concept. I mean, number one, when we talking successful marriage, because those people that come from indigenous cultures where they have arranged marriages and stuff like that, as soon as they touch foot in Western society, what happens?
They're brainwashed. Doesn't mean it's a good thing.
I didn't say that.
She has a point. She has a point.
They're brainwashed. Feminism, you can do good without him. Maybe we need to be looking at them. They're married.
That's a point.
They're family. They're wealthy. They have empires. We don't.
And she has a point.
All right, y'all. We gotta take the caller. E Black, you there? Welcome E Black to the show.
Yeah.
What's going on? We got a question, a statement. E Black, you there?
Everybody, Anton, is that Salmon? I don't know, but
this is hot pink, bro. I had another shirt that I had ready, But I said, you know what? Let me get in my feminine energy today. My chick actually made me some bath water. She rubbed my feet. She made me some hot food. That's just on a regular basis.
What?
I said, I'm feeling real in my feminine energy. Let me go get a pink shirt and put it on so that I can fully embrace this way in which I'm in.
Man, I look, I can dig it. I could dig it, man. Speaking on, first of all, I don't understand why we got you should have, JR, you should have just muted Willa for the alpha beta conversation.
What?
Hey, he always got smoke for you, Chicago.
I know. Hey, bro, Anton, you could have banned him like you said you was gonna do out there rip. I don't know why. Hey man, go ahead. Don't make me pull receipts on you, bro.
I mean, hey, it's a talk show. We all gonna come in.
I know you got the jokes. Go ahead and get your big feminine energy on.
Really? But
oh, really?
Yeah. So talking about the subject, I've always said this. When I'm on my dying bed, I want somebody who wants me for my heart, not for my paper. And that's how I feel.
Beta.
So, I don't know how. I understand everybody got different things.
Beta male.
Who love me.
Beta male.
No. Oh no. It's like, trust me, you're gonna go through changes in life. It's go back to the first hand.
You want them to hold your hands also? Make you feel good about yourself? You're probably not even gonna be in your right mind, bro. Let's be real. Like, listen, I very much imagine myself as a 89-year-old man, completely out of my mind, going batch crazy, and just let me run around like I'm crazy. Let me be naked. Like, let me be completely crazy. I don't care at that point what nobody thinks. I'm not looking for anything. I've lived my life. Life was awesome.
Like,
it's
still
great.
talking about that car ride, huh?
I don't care. I don't care nothing about no chicks or holding my hand, bro.
Go ahead, E-Black.
Anton, you talking all that stuff, but you've been with a chick since you was 16. So that's love.
I wasn't with her when I was 16.
But you known her since you was 16. She know you, bruh.
Right.
So you really I understand where you're trying to go with it, but really, real talk, she know you. And when you dying on your deathbed and they about to pull that plug,
you listen. I'm gonna be honest. This is the honest to God truth. The conversations I have with my chick sometimes, I condition her to think differently. Like, I've trained my chick to what would you do if I wasn't here? And so she would say, I would never want to be with anybody else, whatever. You know how the story go. And I'm like, no, you're going to need another man. Another guy has to play a role in your life. So I train her to still look at things from a certain perspective, and I take myself out of it because I value the fact that men play a significant role in the success and the growth of women. So if I wasn't here, I'm not even focused on me like that. I'm always business first. I'm always taking care of business. I'm always aligning things for how it should go, no matter whether I'm here or I'm not. So it's all business. I don't care nothing about that feeling junk when it comes to taking care of business. Now, I think that guys should have emotions and feelings, but don't lead with it. Don't let that be the foundation of your decisions, is my point.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is that you're in that security bag because you've been with a person for so long. So you have love. You have love. You can make these clear point decisions and development. So, like I said, I understand, but I think you just sometimes you need to step off the stool, like you would say.
I hope you get that woman that holds your hand and make sure. I don't know if you're married or not, but if you're not, honestly, and this is really good advice.
I'm married.
Oh, you are married?
I'm married, man.
So who walks you down the aisle?
Huh?
Who walks you down the aisle?
Who walks me what?
Don't worry about it. You'll catch it later. Don't worry about it, bro.
All right, E-Black. Appreciate you calling.
Oh, the disrespect. Yo.
Petty. Petty pendergrass.
He had a lot of jokes. I just wanted to make sure that we
like always
go ahead and set him on his way.
Hey man, let me
give,
find out
give him something to carry.
Out here, man. You heard me, Anton. Let me find out you listening to Jesse Lee Peterson, man.
I love Jesse Lee
I
Peterson.
listen to him.
Oh man,
that's my guy.
He is hilarious. That's my guy.
Beta.
Right.
That's where I got it from. Honestly, that's where I got that.
Let's be on. Yes. All
right, y'all. We got another caller. Hey, David, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Where you calling from?
Decatur, Georgia.
Georgia. Okay. You got a statement or question?
Yeah. First off, I enjoy y'all's show. I watched a couple of your shows, and I got a vibe for some of your some of the members that's on right now.
Mm-hmm.
I like what Courtney was saying in the previous video about what women need to do, but unfortunately, I think, and I'm disagreeing with the way, and I might have misheard her, but I think she was saying, and she can correct herself. She was saying that she'd rather have somebody that she fall, I guess, in love with the heart, or was it with the paper? Which one was it, Courtney?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what I said is that I'm not just going off of just my heart, because the heart is deceiving. What I go on when I'm picking, or the mate is choosing me and I'm choosing him, is what is the attributes that he has to lead the home. So that's what I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to a leader, someone who's assertive, someone that has a vision and can see me aligning with his vision. That is my number one purpose in a mate, not just my feelings. Because again, my feelings can go up and down. I might like you tomorrow, fall in love with you the next day. Then, so no, it's, can you lead the home?
You got that caller?
Okay. So, yeah. So listen to the conversation. I might have got a little confused on how that led, but Anton is 100% right. It's best to fall for somebody straight for the paper, and the heart will come later.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I say that, to me, it's just that when you look for somebody for their qualities as a man, and you get with a woman that can respect you, that'll be, respectful to you, submissive to you, I think that's going to be a very good marriage. It's just better for the foundation of a marriage.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what Kay was really saying, but I just sorry,
we're agreeing with each other. We're agreeing with each other. And I think that lacks in a lot of women.
I guess that the question, I guess it's a little confusing because y'all was talking about alpha and beta, and when you showed that video about the Volvo and the Porsche, was the Porsche being related to a man that was like he was attracted to with the heart, or was that Porsche being correlated to somebody that is like an alpha man?
No, I think they was correlating the Porsche to the guy that got her hurt versus the Volvo, which is like the stability and check.
Like I need an IV.
Oh
probably.
my God, that's not right.
Yeah. Real talk though, Greg, he's a good guy. He's consistent and reliable, safe.
He's starting to sound like a Volvo.
Yeah, exactly. A Volvo's good, but Reggie, he is just like a brand new Porsche Panamera. And when I am driving it, I feel free. No judgment, no worries. And my body, it is so grateful for that freedom.
Yeah.
I've never felt that before.
Hey, I just want to add some context. That chick is for the streets. The chick in that clip is for the streets. Gentlemen, pay attention. Is a subliminal message in there that we need to be identifying. Spot them early when they for the streets. You identify them and you get out of there fast, bro. We seen what happened when these chicks is for the streets. I just illustrated that in my last live stream on my show.
All right, colleagues, you get your question answered? David?
I got it. It's just when I look at that video, I just feel like the Volvo is the beta, and the Porsche is that woman that wants that Porsche because it gives them that adrenaline. It's that alpha that's kind of how I feel that video plays out. So maybe I'm just misinterpreting it.
No, that's how.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that's how I felt.
And so so that's kind of what got me confused when people started talking. But that Porsche is like that alpha, and that's why I was like, when Courtney, and I didn't realize. I'm just still kind of new to y'all station. But when Courtney she was showing that she's single, but I was like, such a nice young lady is still single and know how a woman's supposed to treat a man. That was confusing me. And so I'm like, hold up, this woman knows how and wants, but she's still single. And I'm like, well, what's the problem? And so I'm feeling like, okay, Courtney is saying
you might need to go to put your bed in.
Okay, let me be clear, okay? Because I get this a lot. Your name is David.
But yeah.
Let me clarify that too, because I get this a lot. When I say I'm single, I'm not married. So, and I base relationships off marriage. So therefore, if I'm in a relationship or with someone, he could leave willy-nilly. I don't have, no control over that. I'm not a wife. So my purpose is to be a wife.
Either you're single or you're married. Hey, bro, you might just go ahead and DM her.
That's the
IG. No.
Her IG is in the description.
Let me ask y'all and the caller this, because the question was around do you marry the person on paper but doesn't completely have your heart? You all are saying no, the person doesn't have to completely have your heart.
Chicago was having a hard time with this question.
Not at all. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. I can't be genuinely curious. So who, if that person doesn't completely have your heart, who has the other portion of your heart?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Who has the other portion of your heart?
Why anybody gotta have my heart?
So you got your heart.
Yeah, it's in my chest.
Okay, got you. I mean,
I'm not giving my it's not shareable. Like, you know what I'm saying? My grandma got my heart. I love my grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, they ain't for these hoes that's in the streets, man.
All right, David, I'm gonna take another call. I appreciate you calling and support. All right. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's your name? Where you calling from? Wow.
Hey, where'd Kay go? I was just about to talk about. There you go. Hey, what's going on, Kay? Is it okay if I do a Photoshop picture of you in Chicago Rilla?
Absolutely not.
No, seriously, because like a lot of us have work husbands, work wives.
No.
That's Bay by the water cooler.
Who's your work wife?
Who's mine?
Yeah.
Courtney. And but that's only when I'm wearing regular colors. When I'm in my feminine energy, it might be JR.
I'm surprised JR didn't press any buttons.
He knows it's true.
He didn't catch it.
No, I didn't catch it. What happened?
We're in a polygamous relationship.
What happened? I missed it. What happened?
Anton said you're his work husband or wife.
When I got on hot pink and I'm in my feminine energy.
Hold on. What's going on?
I said JR is my. Now here's the thing though. JR got to be the wife though. I'm not gonna be the wife.
No, I'm not. I don't want no partake in this. Whatever's going on, I'm trying to take a caller right now. Whatever y'all got going on, y'all just between you guys. I'm about to go to the caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? Welcome to our people. Let's talk.
Oh my god.
Oh, dog, this is so much more enjoyable than.
Go ahead.
Cut it out, Anton.
Than all of that anger, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like I can crack jokes. Everybody chill. Everybody just nobody take it personal. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Just chill, bro.
Hey, caller, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. What's your name? Where you calling from?
J Dub from Harlem.
You called here before?
Nah, first time.
Okay. This must be the accent. Appreciate you calling in for the first time. What's your statement, question, comment, whatever?
I wanted to chime in on like I believe on what Anton was saying, which is totally true. Like first you got to look at the paper before the heart sets in, because when you look at most bad relationships, everybody has this excuse of being young and dumb. Like a lot of single mothers. Me growing up with a single mother as well. A lot of women will have that same thing that they will say, "Oh, I was in love with him. I thought I knew what love was," instead of actually sitting down and knowing before laying with a man to be married. Like, that's what's on paper that sounds good. But a lot of people know what on paper sounds good, but they just don't do and follow upon that. They follow their own heart and want to see if things work out. But sometimes things don't work out. And it makes more sense to like being in the marriage is supposed to be about responsibility and duty. It's not about heart. The heart will come afterwards.
I agree.
And thinking about how you guys show the Volvo and the Porsche, I don't know how the last caller didn't understand that a Porsche is like being in the street. Yeah, you get fast. It goes fast as hell, but it kills gas. And you lose a lot of money. But a Volvo is slow and steady and you save gas money, and you're gonna get to your goal quicker if you keep saving your money.
Yep. I agree, bro.
Hey, Carla, how long you been married?
Man, nah, I'm not married, man. Single.
What?
Wait, so everything
Yeah.
you just said, is that theoretical, or have you applied it to your life and seen success?
I personally have applied it to my life and seen success. Like I've been with my girl for 5 years.
Yeah.
I still say that I'm single because at the end of the day, my heart is on my purpose. She's there and she's been on my side. She's been the main one, but I still move around because my lifestyle, I can get other girls. It's not that I want to be a cheater.
What?
Which I've had that talk with her. I'm not a cheater. Before she got with me, she understood. I may want to jump around, but that doesn't mean that I don't fully want to be with you completely. Like, she has to put more value into my purpose. And getting married, I don't see right now, at the time and age that we in, I just don't see the purpose for it. Unless we're gonna do it for some tax reasons.
Oh.
So that way, we're gonna really save some money. But the single life right now is way better. I'll get some PPP loans and I'll be good.
Hey, wait. Just one last question before you go, Carl. Do you mind sharing how old you are? How old are you?
I'm 35 years old.
35? Single life is good?
My girl's 25.
Yep.
Been with her
Single life
since
good in New York. Gotcha. Appreciate you, man.
Life is amazing.
Indeed, brother.
All right. Appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for the support.
All right, thank you for having me on the show.
Oh shit.
Hey, let me before you take your next call though, JR, I just want to acknowledge everybody that's watching right now, everybody that's in the chat that's keeping it live. Yo, we rock with y'all. We love y'all. We rock with y'all. Y'all dope. And we appreciate y'all for continuing to rock with us and rock with the show. Y'all absolutely awesome. And I just wanted to take some time out to acknowledge y'all and acknowledge how dope y'all are.
Talk, what's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Marquise. I'm calling from Jersey.
All right, Jersey in the house. What's going on? You got a question or comment?
I just got a few comments. Chicago, you know it's okay to disagree with Anton, right?
That's not wise. That's not wise.
Yo, is this your first show? Is this your first show?
I mean, no, I've been watching, and it seems like ever since Tawana made that comment about you following him, you don't really address it, but you like fall back and you wait for him to give his answer, and then you on the rebuttal, you give your answer similar to his.
I rock
That's
with you,
just how
caller.
it
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you, caller.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's dumb as hell. You act like you haven't seen me stand on my square and go toe to toe with Anton on what I believe in, fam. Go ahead. What's your other point? What's your other point?
I'm not trying to start nothing. I'm just
You
calling
good,
it how I
Big
see
Go
it.
ahead.
You picked the right side, caller. You did it right. You picked the right side. I agree with you.
Yeah, who's gonna go to war with a terrorist?
Hey man, got to do it sometimes. But it's part. Don't run away from the
said,
K
I'll
being
wait
your
for
work
Anton
wife
to make
either.
his point. Okay.
Don't run away from K being your work wife either. You got to
Hey,
do.
y'all. Hey, let's get that trending on Twitter and Instagram, yo. Chicago and K.
She might got to do. She might got to do, but the way she acting in her Facebook group, he ain't holding her down right. He shouldn't be acting like that. For one, so you still got a shot.
Really?
What?
Hey, JR.
You in the Facebook group?
What's up?
Can you switch my picture around to the top and bring Chicago down to the next
Wow.
Thank you, bro. They both matching. They both got on all black everything.
With the white lettering,
all black everything.
So you
All
next
black
to your work wife
everything.
today, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
they are.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm next to my work wife. Yes.
Hey, I said I don't want no parts of that shit, man. What's up?
Listen, that's all I had to say. That's all I had to say.
Hey, it's all love, Brick City. You in the Facebook group, fam?
Man.
I'm gonna see about y'all in that chat too.
Oh man.
I'm going back to every which.
All right, Carl. I'm gonna take the next call. I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for the support. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. You got a question, a comment?
Yes, I do.
All right. What's your name? Where you calling from, real quick?
My name is EJ, and I'm calling out of Minnesota.
That's what's up.
Oh man, I am so glad to be on the show. Definitely want to say it's the greatest show. Definitely want to say it's the greatest show.
Most definitely,
And
man. You know it is. That's fact.
Definitely, you know. Yes, sir. I've been watching it since y'all came on today. I wish I could have got on last week. Last week was so spicy, but you know that was there.
Don't receive.
I thought that I was yes. But I want to say the last question the last topic. I thought that was just on the surface, and I was wanting to throw in because I guess the last topic is: do you marry somebody that look good on purpose but don't have your heart? And I was over here thinking like, or do you marry somebody that don't look good on paper but does have your heart? And when you look at it, I look at it like, because most motherfuckers don't pick, ooh, he look good on paper, he got it all and got this, and not knowing that nigga ain't shit on the back end. But when you look at the guy that usually, oh, sorry about that. But when you look at the dude that don't look good on paper, you know, he got it on the back end, and that's where I feel like a lot of people get mixed up on. But y'all went extra deep on it. But that's all I want to say. I just, was glad to get on. I love all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Keep this show going. Greatest show, and it's gonna
rock with you, bro.
Thank you.
Hey man, that means a lot.
Thank
man.
you.
I definitely appreciate you. Minnesota in the house.
Yes, sir.
Right,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I get so much love. I love that, man.
Yeah, we gonna come to y'all city. My first stop gonna be in Chicago though. My first stop is Chicago.
I'm pulling up on Woodward Ave.
Hey, person that's calling in, turn on your YouTube. I'm about to put you in. Turn that YouTube down.
Hello, this is DJ.
All right, DJ, where you calling from, DJ?
I'm calling from Texas, and I'm from Dallas.
That's what's up. I heard Dallas popping. Y'all wide open, ain't y'all?
Yeah, that's all I'm going. I know I'm probably make y'all laugh a little bit, but it's on the subject of masturbation when Antoine was talking about. Now, I don't believe what Antoine was talking about because I masturbate all the time, and I get all, I get any. Listen, I get all the women. I get any woman I choose to have, and any woman I choose to go at. So
we got to ask your age. How old are you?
My only problem is I'm 33.
Well, if you got all these women, why you masturbate?
But what? No, I'm just saying.
If you get all these women, why you masturbate?
I'm just saying my only problem is when I have sex with the ladies I'm dealing with, I don't finish. Now I can start it.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point, bro.
What?
It's not about getting a chick. It's about your ability to perform when you with them. That's the best whole idea.
If you start masturbating, you will have a lot of moments.
That's the whole point, bro. It's not about whether you can get a chick.
In my mind, in my mind, I figured that long as they're having the orgasm and they're finishing, that I don't mind.
It ain't about them. What you mean? You ain't getting yours?
He get his bad self.
Oh, come on, man. Oh no,
Bernie Mac.
What did you just say?
Texas look bad out here, bro.
I mean,
so wait.
What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
I'm saying, so you don't finish? They finish, but you don't?
No, I don't ever finish, and that's my only problem.
Oh God, he said that's my only problem. He said that's my only problem. Like that's not a major issue, bro.
It's not a major issue to me. I'm just saying that's a problem that I have. It's not a major, but I'm just saying.
So you don't want to finish?
You don't think that contributes because you're masturbating? Don't you think that's a correlation?
It could, but what I'm saying is I don't care. It's something I don't care.
You don't care.
It's something I just don't care about.
So why do it?
Yeah,
why do it?
For a woman.
Why have sex if you're not even gonna finish? If you can't get your well, I can't say that, but you can't get your thing off. Why you do it, bro? What's the point?
Because they be on me like that, and I be getting money. I be getting all of what I want, and I'm just saying.
You tricking? You tricking
that's
too?
The truth. No, they be tricking. What you mean? I be tricking. I be getting the money.
Oh God,
you be getting the money. It's a lot going on. Hey,
I'm just saying.
Hey, Dallas, Texas, man.
I'm not trying to be like funny. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
No. Like we definitely.
So listen, bro.
I'm not really.
It's a little strange.
Listen, bro. It's gonna be so much more better if you can get off with a chick than with your palms, bro.
Long term, it's not a good thing.
Seriously, because you young, bro. Think about it.
I just thought it was a problem because Antoine was saying it like, oh, I mean, like that's wrong. Like, no, it's not. Like, because I'll be getting everything I want.
It's not about how it's going to affect you.
You're not getting everything you want. You're not.
I am getting everything I want. Anything I ask for, I got.
So you don't want to bust, is what you're saying.
Why not?
You don't want to bust?
You don't want to bust with a woman.
I'm not saying I don't want to. I'm just saying.
So you're not getting everything that you want.
What kind of porn are you watching? Is it men or women?
All right, then. I agree. I agree with you saying.
Teachable moment.
Just try it. Just try it.
What I get from the women is what I want. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm.
Which is what?
And I'm not capping.
Okay, what do you want from a woman?
Money.
I guess the question is, what do you get from them?
Oh my God, bro.
Money, leases on cars, everything. I'm in Dallas.
Oh, man.
I'm in Dallas. They pay for everything.
Y'all scamming down there.
Okay.
Boy, stop. Y'all scamming down
there. I'm really from
All right,
Las
Mr.
Vegas,
Dallas, we appreciate you calling.
Hey, JR, add Dallas to the last part of the tour when we jump out here, bro. What is happening out here? He said, I get everything I want except for what I want. What are we talking about, yo?
Hey, Dallas, this y'all leader? Dallas, is this y'all leader?
Jesus Christ.
Really?
And he scamming y'all?
Scamming.
Man. Once they get leases, money.
This is what I was talking about when I was saying we got to hold these guys accountable, bro. Like, this is not good. This is not good. Because then this guy will go out and do all of the bad stuff, and then women will be like, "See, y'all guys is trash.
Y'all ain't nothing."
Hey,
Right.
This is not an accurate reflection of who we are."
No,
No,
Anton,
it's
you
not.
gotta take some accountability for that, man, because a lot of cats listen to you and they try and mimic your moves, bro.
I said don't jack off.
Right.
You're doing the
No,
exact
you saying
opposite.
that. They
And
trying
I've
to
never heard
take
Anton
you.
talking about scamming a woman.
Hey,
Dog,
and
he is
look,
the exact opposite of everything I say I do, bro. He chilling. He letting women take care of him. He beating off at home. He not getting his getting off. Like none of those things are anything that I align with or what my life is like, bro. He is not trying to be like me. He has not read my book at all.
hey, look, and y'all
At all.
do me a solid. The brother's name is on the screen, is right there in the bottom left. And y'all calling him Antoine still. It's Anton, I think. Anton.
Right.
Anton.
Anton, you put that hat on like so seamlessly.
Because he act like he was getting everything he want. Like he not like
But
he
not
don't
getting
want
what he wants.
He getting money about these females. That's for sure. We got a couple of them on the track right now.
I'm gonna call Cap on that. I'm calling Cap.
I mean, but even with that mean that he gotta work, like he prostituting himself in a way, like
That
he's
is
selling himself short.
We got a caller. Caller, what's your name? Where you calling from?
You might as well get on the poll.
Jimmy from
Probably have.
I'm Jimmy from Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
I just wanted to shout all of y'all out and just say it's a great show. I love the dialogue back and forth, and just wanted to shout everybody out.
Man,
y'all have a good night.
Appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Some likes up.
You know what's so funny? I find it so ironic. And listen, this is gonna be the last joke. I promise you. I find it ironic that all of the callers are just cool. They enjoying, they having fun, ain't no anger, ain't none of that. I wonder why. Interesting. I know you watching.
You gotta relax.
I know you watching.
You gotta relax. What's
I laughed so much tonight.
What's the first place you going to when you touch down in the city, bro?
You don't want to know the address.
You going to Harold?
You don't want to know the address.
You know the address you're going to?
Well, I know the address where I usually do my drop-offs. So
Wait a minute.
Relax,
I don't. No, I'm
Harold,
don't worry about it. If you know, you know.
Bronzeville.
Oh, hey, shout out to all of the guys that's babysitting. Shout out to all of the guys that babysit.
Wow.
We rock with y'all. We need y'all. You guys are great. Shout out to the babysitters.
We'll put this back up. I had we're gonna take a few more calls. I had to take it off because everybody was calling, but I think I reached everybody that called in already. You guys enjoying yourselves?
Mm-hmm.
I see you, Kay.
Hey, where's that cat at? Where that black cat at?
He's somewhere around here.
Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk.
Hey, you got a cat? You got
What's
a
your
cat?
name? Where you calling from?
Let's not get into my pets right now because it's gonna be a whole nother.
That's not that cat that was walking across well, nothing. Never mind.
Oh, Josh did have a cat too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is John. I'm from Maryland.
Maryland in the house. Okay. Got a statement, a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Kay is looking good tonight. But on another note, I just wanted to know what y'all think about.
Ooh, you about to get Chicago mad than a mug, bro. You about to get Chicago so mad.
But no, on another note, I wanted to know what you guys think about the topic Kevin Samuels was talking about as far as black women not being for black men.
Not being for them?
Yeah, like he had a live going on last Friday. He was talking about how a lot of black women, we can't ask them to do anything, but they want us to protect them.
Oh yeah,
So
I seen that episode.
Comment on that topic.
I seen that episode. Y'all more than welcome to hit it. I'm just here for the jokes at this point.
Yeah. I think I said it, Anton, on your page when I saw that, how sad I was. I didn't know how far away that we were from our Black men. And what he said on the show, you know, Asian women are for Asian men, white women are for black men. Well, some of them are, but white women are for white men. And it's like, well, where does the Black woman fall as far as being with her Black man? Like, are we? And, you know, from how we've been conducting ourselves, we haven't been representing them correctly. And I mean, it's sad. I didn't know how far away that we were removed, where we can't even, you know, you can't even ask us to smile without it being offensive. I saw it on a Facebook page too, which again, this is a general statement of a lot of women, where a woman said, I don't even like a Black man telling me good morning, beautiful, because I feel like he's just trying to get at me, and he probably says that to 20 other women. And I'm like, you're offended when a Black man tells you hello, beautiful? We're just so far gone. It's sad.
Hey,
it's sad.
So I watched that episode, and I watched it with my girl, and that piece with the therapist, it was hard. It was hard.
Mm-hmm.
And when he you know, cut to the vignette that he typically does when he segues into something, it was hard. And when he came back, you could tell like it was an emotional and powerful moment.
Mm-hmm.
The sister earlier that was talking about smiling. Man, it was hard. It was hard. And I think there's two things that's going on, because I see brothers get super excited that Kevin Samuels is doing work and he shifted the conversation to women. And I say to brothers all the time, man, we still got work to do. Just because you're talking to the sisters right now, we still got work to do, and we still got to hold one another accountable, right? So there's distrust. There's a distrust with Black women among Black men.
We got to stop this, okay? What we have to stop is saying that Black men are not being held accountable. How many pages do you see holding Black men accountable, telling Black men to level up? As a matter of fact, Anton, your last on Monday, you had a 21-year-old man that was in college asking you, how can I get in your Patreon? I'm trying to learn. True. I mean,
well, wait.
I thought it was, hold on, if you can. Men are wanting to level up. They are asking for help. Anton has a whole page, a Patreon of helping men level up. The work is being done. Not saying that men are completely there. However, I see progression. Where is that with the Black woman? Please tell me a page where it's a Black woman saying, ladies, let's hold ourselves accountable. Let's be better. I have a Patreon to help you become more of a lady. There's not a one. So we have to quit with the, but men ain't, but women ain't. That's an absolute lie.
Hold on 1 second, because I'm going to say this as a man. I'm saying this as a man that's doing work with men.
Right.
What you say for the sisters is valid, right? What I talk about and what Anton was telling that brother about leveling up, that's finance. Now, there's other things that come with that: character, integrity, morals, principles. So when sisters say that they scared to walk down the street, when they scared to walk down Michigan because young bloods are catcalling to them, and when they don't respond in a way that
that's not what they're saying.
You said what?
It's not. They're saying they have a problem with you saying, "Hey, lady,
let me finish. Wait, baby girl, let me finish. Listen to what I'm saying. There are sisters in the city of Chicago that cannot walk down the Michigan Avenue comfortably because when brothers catcall to them and they don't respond, bitch, hoe, slut, you ugly, this, that, and the third, and they don't know if they're gonna run. In New York, there was a girl that got her face half bitten off. Another girl got smacked with a skateboard. So when I say
but that's not the norm.
That's not the norm. Do you think
those are
That's not the norm.
Hold on. Are we saying men catcalling out to women and these young bloods that have not been raised and trained and them acting out overly aggressive and overcompensate? We're saying that's not the norm?
It's not the norm.
I'm
saying it's not the norm.
I am saying that from a woman
It's
that's
not the
very
norm, bro.
well traveled, that will go out and have a good time in the city and might get catcalled. And I'm like, all right. And I'm like,
That's
all
not
right.
the norm, bro.
And I leave out. I ain't never been called out my name because I haven't responded to someone. But
Not the
nor
norm.
have I never, when someone said, "Can you smile?" have I not looked up and said, "You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I got a lot on my mind," and I smile. It's not the norm, really. As a woman,
distrust. All I said was,
I'm a woman telling you that it's not.
And listen, Courtney, what I'm telling you that as a woman that's in the South, a little bit different for y'all down there. And what I was saying was that I talk to brothers. I don't go and say, women, you need to. That's what I'm expecting you to do. Your pushback was, we need to stop telling men. No, men need to continue to do the work. That's the only point I was making.
No, I didn't say we need to stop. What I'm saying is that men are doing the work. For us to not acknowledge that is disingenuous. For us not to acknowledge that men are leveling up to this point, to this day, disingenuous. You got to give them their props. When are we?
I give brothers their props all day. Now,
we wait for y'all. Stop with their props, and then let's look at the women.
Get them, work wife.
That's what I listen.
Get them.
Yeah, y'all do all of that. Listen, I'm not. Listen, I'm never.
And look at your work wife looking at you all funny.
What?
Look at your work wife looking at you funny.
Hey man, listen.
Okay.
Whatever you talking about, you keep telling the brothers to level up and everything's good, bro. Your big coochie energy.
I gotta take this caller. Hey, caller, what's your name? Where you calling from?
NBA, calling from Tennessee.
What part of Tennessee?
I'm about 30 minutes outside of Nashville.
Where is that? Like Murfreesboro or something?
Yeah, Murfreesboro, Rutherford County.
I know my people.
All right, welcome. Well, a statement or question?
I've been devoid of black women for 20 years. I haven't dated one, talked to one in any kind of relationship style capacity, any of that stuff. And I have to be honest, my life got exponentially better. And this is my issue with all of these talk shows and conversations and all this. You got a bunch of guys online saying, oh, black woman is this. They got like a 30, 40 page list of all the crap they doing wrong. And then these same guys are out there looking for black women for sex and for relationships. And I ask this question. If I come on and I tell you, hey man, Toyota Tundra is the worst truck I ever seen in my life. Fucking horrible truck. And then you look at my backyard and I got a Toyota Tundra. Doesn't that make me a hypocrite?
It does.
That's my biggest problem. I love the conversation, especially you guys. Show y'all absolutely kill it. I listen to Kevin Samuels too. Y'all be killing it. But I just got to ask, if black women are so horrible, instead of saying, oh, we're going to keep trying, we're going to keep struggling, why don't you just do like I did and leave them alone? I got mixed children, a white wife, I own a business, I'm doing well, and I don't have to argue. Isn't that what every man's seeking?
Oh, really?
I will say this though. I will say this though, to be fair on both sides. I will say that it's not all black women. And I will say that most women that I see, most black women that I've interacted with throughout my life has been dope. And part of it has just been because I've done what I needed to do in order to be the man that I'm supposed to be. And they naturally align themselves with me. Not all, obviously, but most of them are dope.
I'll tell you what my daddy told me about them. I'll tell you what my dad told me about black women. He said, finding a good black woman is like sticking your hand in a barrel full with 50 snakes in it. He said 49 of them are poisonous. Right, one of them is non-poisonous. Stick your hand in there and reach in there and get the non-poisonous snake.
Wait, okay, hey, Murfreesboro, if you can again, and I'm speaking because I know I'm a good woman and I put in the work to be a good woman. And there's a lot of women like us that are putting in the work. Hold on. Black men do not want to give up on black women. You might have, and you found your white hope. Okay,
that's who? White who?
White
hope.
Oh,
hope. But no, stop. However, majority of black men want a black woman, and they're not giving up on us. And when I tell you, there's a lot of black women that are wanting to be good and that are good and that have put in the work and are taking care of their black men. There's a lot of us. You might not have found it being in Murfreesboro because you're in a very small area.
I'm from Miami, Florida. I'm not originally from Tennessee. I grew up in Miami.
Well, the accent tells me Murfreesboro, not Miami, but that's fine. You might have found your white hope and good along with you, but let me tell you, black men want stop. Black men want black women, and there are black women that are putting in work to make sure that we are being what the black man wants. And let me tell you another thing.
I'm still around from Star Wars.
Hold on, Murfreesboro.
You say they're putting in the work. Here's what I'll tell you what Master Yoda said.
Well,
do or do not.
I'll be damned.
Let me talk. What a lot of black men want, especially when they marry and have kids, they want them kids to look like them. That's why they want a black woman. They want
kids look like me with lighter skin.
I don't care.
Hold on. So here's the thing. Let me just say this, bro. Honestly, real talk.
My kids look just like me with lighter skin. That's all.
And that's cool because I think people should date whoever they want. Like I don't care if you get a white chick, an Asian chick, whatever, so on and so forth. But my point then just is that I think that the interactions that you have is based off of who you are and what you attracted. Even as a guy right now, 39, like I attract super dope women. Now, obviously I don't entertain them, but my point is that when I see guys that complain and say they can't find any good black women, I think that they lying. And I think that they got some issues that they need to work out and they need to deal with, because I know a lot of guys that has no problem attracting some dope women. And because they own a purpose and because they align with what it is that they're doing, they don't have the same issues as regular guys that, you know, is in the manosphere that's on the crazy hard extreme version of that. Like, we can't be extreme, bro. You already going into it with your mindset up that all black women is trash. So if you go through that with that, you're gonna look for problems for every single person
black woman
that more or less closely
aligns. Don't misunderstand. It ain't that I can't get them; it's that I don't want them. So y'all are misunderstanding. I have them talking to me all the time. I just don't want them.
I don't believe it.
Because I don't want the problem.
That's your demeanor. I don't believe that. I believe you.
Well, it's not up to you to believe me or not. I don't care if you believe me. You just prove one of my final points, and then I'll get off of here. One of my final points is this: women should be seen and not heard anyway. So I don't care if you believe me or not. That's the way I was raised. My mom taught me that. By the way, an old-fashioned black woman. She taught me that.
Are we even sure he's black?
Okay, women should be seen and not heard. That's part of what's wrong with modern women today. Y'all talk too much.
Don't even.
How about shutting up and listening to men for a while?
JR.
All right, caller.
Bro.
Appreciate you.
So, and this is the thing again, bro. Honestly, guys, fellas, this is the issue, and to a larger extent, it's unfortunate because it's the thing that Chicago just identified on the other end of the spectrum as far as guys that look at and treat women in a toxic manner. Like, it's very, very horrible. And when you're doing what you're supposed to do, you're not bitter. You don't hate people. You don't hate a whole group of a certain type of woman. That's nonsense. If you telling me that every woman fits a narrative just because she black, I got to push back and I got to disagree with that. And you know, I rock with a lot of dudes, but I'm not going to just rock with dudes that hate a whole group of women just because that's trash. Because even when women come on my show, it don't matter who it is. It don't matter if it's Courtney. It don't matter if it's Kay. Even Tawana, when she was on my show, she was chill. She was dope, whatever. So, you know, he's been taught, obviously, and he just admitted that he was taught from an early age to hate black women. So he came into it with a whole mindset and narrative. And so this is what you're going to get. So just stay away from them type of dudes because you don't want that type of guy anyway.
Yeah, that's not Tennessee. That's the
I rock with the dope black women that's not linebackers and offensive.
Ain't got nothing to do with Nashville.
Hey, caller, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Murfreesboro.
Murfreesboro trash.
It was a more from Michigan.
Okay, Michigan in the house. You got a statement or comment for the show?
Yeah. So first thing, first time calling. I got a dope at the show.
Appreciate it.
But my two questions that I did have was one. I do agree that when it comes to me, I was raised by like most of my mom and stuff throughout my life. So a lot of stuff y'all talk about, I really try to learn and digest the things. So I believe those are things stuff that I definitely need to try and like adapt to like better parts of life. I do have a
You got your YouTube in the background?
Oh, well.
Yeah, turn it off. Mute it. We just want to make sure we hear you clearly.
Okay. So my question is, what kind of solution can y'all kind of think of to make it so people approach marriage stuff with more of a mature mindset? Because in all honesty, until y'all was talking about it earlier, I was just on the concept. I was like, marriage is going to say like seem right. It's like if I move the way I kind of look at everything and stuff in like percentages, if it's more likely I'm going to end up getting divorced and there ain't nothing I can do about it, what's the point of stuff doing it? Right? Mm-hmm. So what kind of solution stuff can I think of the really like, yo, so if you wanted to push marriage, what's something that y'all could think of that would really help that?
I mean, that's easy, bro. Like, okay, do you have kids?
No.
You don't have a kid. So if you had a daughter, would you want her to just be in a relationship, or would you want her to get married?
I would. Man, see, that's a tough one. But yeah, I think I would want her to be taken care of.
You want her to be what?
And I think I would want her to be taken care of. So
you would want her to be married?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want her having kids out of wedlock. You would want her to have the ideal marriage. So ultimately what I say is, and I don't try to sell people on marriage. I just tell them how awesome mine is. And I think that being a reflection of the thing that you want your daughter to marry is more or less the thing that you should be, versus operating selfishly based off of what's best for you, even in your older age, and then you doing things out of step. If you have kids out of wedlock, if you don't have somebody that's aligned with your purpose, if you looking to actually build something and build a legacy, then you're going to have to align yourself with the values and the principles that go along with that. Other than that, then you should just keep being single, but don't expect the same benefits from a woman. If you you can't, man, this is a teachable moment. You can't expect a woman to 100% buy into what you are, and you have not done everything that you're supposed to be, or do everything that you're supposed to do as far as making her the woman that she's supposed to be. So she's good enough to lay up with. She's good enough to have sex with. She's good enough to have your kid. She's good enough to live with. She's good enough to rock with and tell you every secret, but she's not good enough to marry. That makes no sense. But then you want her to submit to you. You want her to completely align with you, but you don't want to do the things that's going to enable her to really buy into the program, because you're not committed fully anyway. So now you're going into it with a glass half full mentality to say, well, how can this hurt me? When take the proper steps to protect yourself. If you feel like you already got the bag, then get a prenup and then buy into her, because she'll follow you to the end of the earth if you're what you're supposed to be. So I would never sell nobody on marriage, but at the same time, I'll just tell you, my entire family has been incredibly successful, both financially and when it comes to raising our kids and everything that we got going on with our lineage. And none of us have ever gotten divorced. Not one of us. So it's different for me.
Okay.
All right, caller.
Okay.
We appreciate you calling in.
Appreciate y'all.
All right. All right, I think we're going to take probably a couple more calls. Open it up, and then we're going to end it. All right. Y'all good?
That little Murfreesboro collar hurt my soul.
Oh,
See, here's the difference, y'all. Y'all don't
cooperative.
just.
You're supposed to be seen and not heard.
I'm a supporter of dudes marrying chicks that align with what we want in a woman. Don't marry her if she for the streets. And you got to have balance. Like you can't hate women. You can just not deal with or not support the type of women that we don't rock with. These women that's overly loud, these women that always complaining about men, these women that don't want to do the work and don't even want to ask men what they want. That's the type of chicks that we don't want. But the chicks that's dope, the chicks that's feminine, the chicks that's actually supportive, the chicks that love us, we gonna rock with them. And that's what we want. That's what's gonna build our communities. That's the type of women that we want raising our children. And we don't want separated households. So you're gonna have to be balanced if you want the results. And that's all we trying to do on this show is have the uncomfortable conversations that ultimately lead us to the results. Like, don't be so extreme, y'all. Y'all got to be balanced on both sides.
He was wild.
Hey, caller, what's your name? Where you calling from? Hold on, caller, 1 second. All right, go ahead. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Darius. I'm calling from Philly.
All right, Philly in the house. What's your question and statement?
Yeah. I wanted to talk about just a few things. The boy that was just on, he was talking about how he can't date black women and all this fly stuff. And ironically, I just kind of had like a little epiphany about that myself. I mean, it only took about a few days, but I was on that same type of time. I've always dated black women. You know, Kevin Samuels blowing up. I can't date black women. But then I kind of realized that it's not just men like myself that black women deal with. They deal with really trash dudes in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like they got like, and it kind of goes to what Chicago Gorilla was talking about, how dudes kind of do a lot of catcalling or you know, don't take responsibility, accountability, or whatever. But when he mentioned that, like I said, I had a personal revelation, you know, whatever you want to call it. And I realized that I love my sisters. I'm just disappointed. You know, like Courtney said, like I'm definitely not trying to give up. I'm just super disappointed. But when I do hear like a lot of sisters saying, "Oh, you don't protect us," you don't say that. You know, at first I felt offended, but then I realized there are a lot of dudes like the bull who just called, like, "Oh, black women are trash. I would never do it." Like, no. As a black man who's just disappointed, I'll stick it out and tough it out and find me a black woman before I let a dude like that think I'm on his page. So that's kind of what I want to start with. But I did want to say, you know, a lot of black men definitely don't take accountability and step up like they should, because I'm trying with every brother I meet. I'm trying to build a network. I'm trying to do a podcast, and it's like pulling teeth, man. It's like trying to pull teeth getting brothers to work with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if it's wrong with Frank there.
No, I appreciate you calling. I just want to stress, like, because I understand the frustration. Like, I get it. And even when I see it, and then even like I said with the show with Kevin Samuels, like I get it. It is a frustrating part where you want to align with a woman that you feel doesn't even respect you. So you have the right and your feelings are validated. But what I'm trying to tell you guys, and I promise you, like, there's women out there that do want to align with a program. That do want to.
I don't even want to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm like I said, I'm back. You know, I took that mentality out. No, I'm back on my sister.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't want dudes like that thinking I'm on his page. Like, yeah, we don't mess with sisters. No, I was a little disappointed. I was a little hurt, but I'm not on his type time. You know, and like I said, to go to what Chicago Gorilla and to kind of, I know Anton was debating a little bit. Dudes out here, they really do be drawing a lot. You know, especially in Philly. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it's the dude's fault or the, you know, for how women come in. But like I said, trying to level up dudes in my own circle, we as men definitely got to take more accountability. That's the main reason I was going to call before the other guy. We have to stop watching these, you know, Kevin Samuels is entertaining, but we can't keep flocking to that. Like, yes, it's the women. No, they have their accountability and we have ours.
But here's the thing with Kevin.
Time.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies. But here's the thing with Kevin Samuels.
No,
like, even with the guy, the caller, he said he listens to Kevin Samuels, he listens to Lapeef. Get it. But however, those particular channels, specifically Kevin Samuels, doesn't advocate for dating out. He will specifically tell you the issues, but he doesn't advocate. He's a proponent for Black marriage. And I don't think people are, are missing that point. He advocates. He's like, women, we want you. Just kind of get these little stuff together.
Agreed.
So, so he's an advocate for it.
If anything, that's why Kevin Samuels definitely needs to be, protected in a sense, because he is, regardless of how it seems like he's coming at women, he 100%. He's definitely trying to, I can feel, you can definitely feel that vibe. And a lot of the points that he makes, so. But like I said, I think we as dudes definitely need to level up as well, because it's definitely starting to be too mainstream to just sit back and, she's wrong. Yeah, she's delusional.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, what are you doing in your time? Because I've been calling you about this business meeting and you've been avoiding me.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Good call. Like you. Good.
Buddy.
All right. I appreciate
I like
you calling.
you, Courtney. I think I'm in love with you, girl.
Wait a minute. Okay, now.
I'm just saying. I've been liking the answers you've been giving, short and sweet. You ain't talking too much. You get straight to the point. I like it.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. Thank you.
I love the show, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Yep. Courtney got a Geno's Philly on off top when we touched down.
What up, Philly?
Hey, the Love and Trucking podcast. Just put the first 3 digits of your number in there. I don't know if you calling or not, but we're definitely gonna put you on. Appreciate the support.
Shout out to Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Philly.
No, you still on there.
Yeah.
That Courtney swag.
Hey.
So,
y'all gotta
Courtney slide me her number or something. You let me on. What?
But but on the real though, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta get off of that extreme narrative that we have, and that just because we identify something as toxic does not enable you to then go out and pump your flag up and say, yo, all Black women is trash. That's not true, bro. It's not true.
Yeah.
I got a dope chick. We see them all the time. We see them on this platform. And just because there's a loud minority that represents themselves as the majority does not necessarily mean that that's a reflection of all women or all Black women in general. So it is some women that's doing the work. I even coach some women that's doing the work and getting some phenomenal results as a result of it. So, you can't be extreme. You can't be extreme, hate women. You can't be extreme, women hate men. What we're trying to do is foster growth and build a community of people that's willing to do the work so that we actually get to the space where we can start to get the results that we're looking for as far as changing the dynamics or changing the direction that we go in as far as it being so negative and it's not becoming a thing that we want. So I want what I have for everybody else. And so that's why we had these uncomfortable conversations and why we had these platforms to be able to identify when a linebackers need to get in the gym. You know what I'm saying? But on the same side, we talk about the guys and we say, yo, don't expect for a woman to get this type of woman and you're not the guy that meet the expectations of what that woman will want or what she's looking for. So you got to you have to be objective enough to be honest with yourself. And then at the same time, use that as leverage to be able to do the work and actually get the thing that you're looking to attract. Become the thing that you're looking to attract. That's all it is. It's very much that simple.
Anton, what are the top 3 things brothers need to do to be objective and honest with themselves?
What do you mean, objective and honest with themselves?
So you're challenging the brothers. They have to be accountable. They have to be objective. They have to be honest with themselves. Do you advocate for therapy? Should they journal? Should they get a mentor? What are the top 3 things they need to do?
For me, I'm not even going to say the top 3 because I do support therapy and everything like that because people need to deal with their issues. But for me, it's always just surrounding yourself. And I'm not going to go through 3. I'm going to say 1. The biggest thing is surrounding yourself with people that actually will be honest with you and hold you accountable and want the best for you. That may be changing your circle. That may be getting away from all of those toxic people that's doing and perpetuating that same behavior that you're trying to get away from. Go and get you a mentor. Go and get some people that's going to tell you the truth and say, yo, you're not as dope as you think you are. but they're saying it not to put you down. They saying it because they actually want the best for you. I always relate it back to my grandmother. People used to hate the way that she was so brutally honest with them, but it was easy for me to take what she was saying because she was brutally honest because she wanted me to improve and be the best version of myself, which that love translated into chastisement, which translated into results. So get around people that's going to actually hold you accountable and want the best for you, but that is not just an echo chamber for your bad behavior and making you feel good, because in my opinion, they don't value the friendship as much as a person that is going to be honest with you.
Yeah, thanks. 1,000%.
We got a couple of people trying to call in. I'm trying to get them on. So we'll see if they pop on. It's kind of hard trying to filter all these calls.
They're blowing you up tonight.
So I just kind of put the number in for a second and take it right back off.
Shout out to the chat. Y'all looking good with getting them likes up. Few more. The likes up.
Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, I'm calling from Arizona. My name is Samuel.
How you doing, Samuel? Got a question, a comment for the show?
I'm a foreigner, and I would say there is something about Black women in this country, as beautiful as they are, they're kind of scary to like talk to. You wonder if you're going to, they just come up as aggressive, basically. But what I'm trying to say is, from a religious standpoint, Jesus said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So you don't need to worry about racism or any of that.
Yep.
And a man's enemy shall be a member of his household. And I think that's what I can see here. I know America is not so religious, but from my perspective, that is the biggest problem. If there was no Jim Crow, no racism, there would still be a problem in the Black community.
You guys want to comment on that?
I agree.
Okay, I don't actually want to say something.
Well, you know, that last comment probably got Kay and her thinking another type of thing.
And I'm asking.
Go ahead, Kay. You can say what you want to say.
I don't agree that Black people are inherently bad or anything like that. So, like, I wasn't even really going to address what that caller said. I
think he said.
Well, he said even if there was no
Jim Crow,
and
it was still
there would still be an issue. I'm not sure what he was alluding to. That's why I was kind of just quiet because, yeah.
Well, I'll say it.
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, just from a perspective of coming together and prospering, building a community, it's not happening because the men and the women are not together.
Why do you think that's the
10
case?
times worse? Because I believe women here, from my experience, I haven't been in this country that long, but every time I approach one, the first thing they ask me is, what do you do? Like, it's more like an interview. It's more like, hey, it just comes off as, who the hell are you? Take your case before you even talk to me. In a bar, like I go into a club and it feels like high school. The ladies are over there at the wall. And then you go to, say, downtown Chicago, and it's like, wow, everyone's just partying together. All different races and color. But you want to go to a specific Black club, and it's different. You can feel tension in the air, and you ask yourself, why? What's the point of all of this?
Where are you from?
You should all care about each other.
Where are you from?
I'm a foreigner, so that is
from where?
That is
Right, they want to know where you're from.
Take on this. Me? Oh, I'm from Nigeria, but I've lived in England, and it's different there. And here I am in America, and it's just terrible. I don't even know what to say.
Well, let me say
I like being
something.
single, like.
Hold on.
And
Courtney,
I'll be quick because I understand what you're saying. And from my observation, I do see where, just holding us accountable and me as well, where Black women will have or protest or create BLM, and we're protesting for everybody else, but our house is a mess. So we're focused on everything else, but instead of making our house a home. And so that's what I see as a problem. So even if racism is going to exist, but what the white supremacy part of it all that we don't seem to understand is that what it's made to is disconnect and disregard the Black family. And that's it. Like, I understand, the Black Lives Movement, but however, if you look at what they specifically stated was to disconnect the nuclear family. And that is the problem. And we keep going off and protesting for everybody else, but instead of our home. And I listened to Dr. Jordan Peterson, and what he said is clean your room up first before you going outside cleaning everybody else's. And that's our problem. We don't. No other race, no other culture has that problem of home because they have a solid home. And so you think those Mexicans are worried about racism? No. The Jewish community, you think they worried about racism? They're not. Their home is in order.
Yeah,
Ours
but
is not yet.
I think you have to see one of the variables that we're not factoring in, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole because I agree about the things we should focus on. But when the caller says, even if there was no Jim Crow or whatever, Black people still wouldn't get on. So my question would be to the caller: as a Nigerian, do you coalesce around the same issues as Kenyans, as Sudanese, as people from Sierra Leone? Do you coalesce around the same issues as they do? Or do Nigerians have?
No.
Right. So
no, and honestly, let me tell you, the British colonized Africa.
Sure.
But they could not make it to what it was in America. But that is the difference is it was worse in America. That is 100%. Like,
hold on,
I'm
y'all.
not even gonna pretend that Africans really a struggle.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay?
Y'all gonna have to stop using
but
all
what
of these
I want to say.
Y'all gonna have to stop using. Y'all gonna have to stop using all of these big words. I am a C student. All right.
World's greatest C student.
I am the world's greatest coalescing. Listen, y'all talking about the British. Listen, I am a C student. Y'all gonna have to break it down like a little child for me. Because I'm not built. I'm not built for this conversation.
I don't want to go too deep with it, but I'm just saying you can't say because he started saying it that the American problem amongst Black people is unique. It's unique, and it requires
it is true.
Solution.
I agree,
but it requires you. Everyone here coming together, understanding that it's a game from someone profiting off of you. Because every time the Black man marches for something, they tag on gay, lesbian, everything else, and then the Black man's issue is no longer addressed. And everything becomes about everybody else except the Black man. And the women haven't noticed that. They separated Black people that we do not have a community here. Let's take away the redlining and that if you want to see where a Black community used to exist, it's where the railroads are now built. I studied the history of this country. I wrote multiple papers on it, and it's systemic. But the one factor that can get us out of this is the man and the woman coming together, because in the words of Jesus, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And the enemy of a man shall be the member of his household. If you can fix those two, every other thing will fall in line, I promise you.
You better preach.
Hey, listen, I agree with you.
But I gotta thank you all for this show because you're giving me perspective to my observation, and I appreciate that. And I'd like to be a member of your team, like maybe just donate or something. I don't want to come on there. I can't handle that. But thank you very much.
We definitely appreciate you supporting.
I love his opinion.
My brother, my Nigerian brother.
Good call. Good call.
All right,
Hey,
thanks for
Kay,
calling.
I like your lipstick, Kay.
Thank you.
What?
Chicago, don't you start getting all up in your feelings as a result of me giving Kay a compliment, bro.
Anton, you don't have
good.
to worry about me. I understand. You better work your options, okay? You got to worry about that.
Yeah.
Exercising his options.
That's right.
Hey, boy, you acting like you Iceberg Slim over there, man.
Why? Why? Because I like beautiful people around me. I love having beautiful women around me.
Surround yourself.
Hey, this is the last call. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's your name? Where you calling from? All right, hold on 1 second, caller. 1 second. All right, what's your name? Where you calling from? You there, caller?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm D. I'm calling from Tennessee. I just want to say, I thank y'all for having this show because
you know him.
No, I don't. What part? The last Tennessee caller was something else. What part of Tennessee are you from?
I just moved to Murfreesboro. I don't know.
They make this up. Oh my!
I don't know what the last caller from Tennessee was talking about, but it's another topic. I just wanted to say I appreciate y'all for having this these debates and these topics. I'm only 22. I'm black. I got a little sister that's black. I got nieces that's black. I got aunties that represent Courtney's kind of energy and Tawana's kind of energy. So I kind of get, different types of people, different types of black women that come across aggressive and some that come across a little bit more understanding. But overall, I just want to say I appreciate it. And Anton, man, like the stuff you putting out, man, like keep dropping it. Kevin Samuels, everybody that's y'all all together is just powerful, man. So that's all I wanted to say. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you calling, man. That's
God.
dope. 22, man. We starting to reach the youth. That's what's up.
Go to the young blood, man. We need y'all, man. Need y'all.
Yeah. God bless, man. Y'all stay up.
All right, you too. Thank you. Oh man, it's a great show.
Let's just have a conversation, man.
I got the receipts. Hold on.
That got kind of heavy.
Okay. You feeling my energy? You feeling this pink shirt or no?
It takes me back to Dipset, early 2000s. I mean,
Cameron.
That's pretty good. I like that. I like that.
That's Cam.
The diplomat.
Well, listen. This is my last.
Get him, girl.
Y'all, this is my last shot. You don't got nobody sitting in the kitchen watching the show, do you?
Yo, you gotta relax.
I just want to make sure. I don't want nobody coming in, busting on the camera, calling me a BAN. I'm good, yo.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we good. That's the last. Listen, I promise. I'm done. I'll never say another joke. I'm completely out of it. I'm out of jokes. I just wanted to throw that last one in there.
Hey, I got another call. I squeezed another one in. Call, what's your name? Where you calling from?
They don't want me to stop saying jokes.
One time for K with the masculine energy.
Hey, what's your hold on, caller, hold on.
Always.
What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller, you there?
Yeah, man. This is Rob. What's up?
What's going on? What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Rob from Panama City.
Okay, you called here before?
No, sir. First time watching the show. I've seen all the rhetoric going on the page, and figured I'd give you guys a shot and actually watch the show.
I appreciate that, man. That's what's up, man. Got a new subscriber, I hope, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about. You got a comment or question of what's going on, or you just showing love?
A little bit of both. So I will commend you on putting this panel together. Kind of thought it was just thrown together, but I see how you picked a little bit of the antagonistic and protagonistic folks in all sides of the.
I couldn't do it without them, man. I couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job in putting that together.
That's it.
To Kay and Anton's discussion about the whole alpha. I can't stand this alpha beta thing. You know, leaders are leaders. You know, they're going to fill the role as needed.
Come on.
I'm just saying, you know, it is what it is. I work with alphas, betas, Charlies, whatever you want to call them, day in and day out.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard or seen an alpha actually fill that role and self-proclaim themselves as an alpha. They just do what needs to be done.
Yeah, but the difference is that you don't usually get people to be able to have a platform to be able to discuss it openly. So yeah, of course, naturally, as you living through your regular everyday life, you're not going to see somebody walking around with a shirt that says I am alpha on it. And then that's the thing. But when you start having in-depth conversations in the same way that we had a conversation about, you know, sex and stuff like that tonight, right? You don't usually see people walking around having conversations about sex, but that does not mean that is not a representation of what's really happening, right? So when you start having open dialogue, you got to call it for what it is. People are not going to be humble. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. And in order to have the conversation, you got to be real about exactly what it is. So you cannot like the dialogue around being able to identify certain things, but just because you don't like it don't mean it don't exist.
So it's funny you say that. My career field is the exact opposite. I know who an alpha is, like as soon as I walk on the room by the rank that's on their chest. Like that's the structure that I live in. So I know who the alphas are in the group.
So what does that have to do with what I just said?
So you said that you can't walk into a room and automatically tell who the alpha is out of the group. I absolutely can't tell.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was, in normal everyday life, conversations are not openly.
Normal everyday life, right? In your normal everyday life,
you gotta let me finish. In normal everyday life, most people are not having open conversations about who's alpha, who's beta, who's having sex, whether or not a woman gets squirting or whatever. Like, these are not conversations that's openly being had. However, when you have a platform that starts to have that dialogue in order to identify certain things so that we can get to the root of certain issues and certain problems and how people identify certain things and how they don't, you have to use that as an example in order to have a dialogue. Otherwise, you can't get to the root of the problem at all. So you may work in a field where you can identify that readily available, but most normal people don't go into spaces where they're openly having dialogue about all these different things that we are on this platform.
So it kind of makes me nervous about, you know, coming up on retirement and then embracing the corporate career or the corporate sector. You guys are not doing that on a regular to challenge your people and, you know, bring your people up?
Say that one more time.
So I guess that is something that I am trying to embrace or a little bit anxious about anticipating, because that is exactly what we do on a daily basis in the military. Like, we constantly have those uncomfortable conversations and are trying to make them comfortable. We are constantly having those discussions on how we can make people leaders. There's a clear understanding that not everybody's going to be an alpha, as you guys like to throw these labels out, but we are putting in place these steps and these programs and these opportunities for those people that want to take them. And that is a daily part of our routine. Is it not that way in the corporate world?
But that contradicts everything that you said when you first came on the platform, because you said that it makes you uncomfortable or you don't even like having a conversation. Now you're talking about how this is something that you do daily and that you must do in order to be successful in this certain part of your field.
No, I didn't say I don't like having the conversation. I said my goal is to make the uncomfortable. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, making the uncomfortable comfortable, because not everybody has that gift of using their words, making a clear, concise statement, and reaching a multitude of people. You kind of have to be a little bit more broad in your approach. Not everybody has that gift.
Just because you're
I
broad
don't
does
think
not
I have it
mean
all the
that
way down pat.
but which means that you need to continue to have a conversation. And just because we get uncomfortable with certain things don't mean it don't exist, and it don't mean that we don't need to get to the root of it in order to, even if we want to dispel it, even if you want to say, well, it don't exist, in order to even come to that conclusion, you still have to have the uncomfortable conversation. So just because you don't like having a conversation because it doesn't align with how you feel that conversation should go does not mean that you're right.
I agree. Absolutely. I'm a change sponsor. So I'm agreeing with part of what you're saying. Right. Sit down. I got another question or a statement, comment to Courtney off of the Nigerian gentleman that just called.
Mm-hmm.
What is your favorite genre of music? And I'm going to go somewhere with this comment.
What's my favorite genre of music?
Yeah, what do you listen to? Actually, I should say, what do you not listen to?
I listen to a lot of music, but my favorite genre would be R&B and jazz.
All right. So are you heavy into country music?
I'm not heavy, but I'm very familiar with country music, being that I'm in Nashville, we're Country Music Hall of Fame, so I'm familiar with it, and I do listen to some, but it's not my favorite genre.
And like, do you know the history of it? And can you name like the top 10 songs that are going on right now?
Top 10 songs, no, but I can't name the top 10 songs of anything because I listen to a lot of throwback songs, so I'm not familiar with new stuff. I kind of like older.
And the reason why, right, and the reason why I'm asking that is, the comment about there, no other country, no other group of people is dealing with racism the way that we do. I lived in Romania for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how they treat the Romanians, the Caucasian or the white Romanians, treat the gypsies. The gypsies are a group of people that kind of migrated from Egypt all throughout the world, right? And there's a huge community of them in Romania. And it was funny because I made some friends over there that were Romanian, and they would tell me about, when they were little, they had gypsy friends, but their mom and dad would never let them come into the house because they were gypsies. But then in the very next sentence, they would say, hey, we're about to go to a gypsy club. They all have the good music and they all have the good food. So just because it's not common or we don't know about it here, racism is everywhere all over the world.
I do know that. You realize I didn't say that. I only agreed with the Nigerian. I didn't say that. He said that. So that never came out of my mouth. I understand racism happens on a plethora of scales around the world. So I didn't say that. So let me be clear. I agree with
my apologies.
Yeah, no, you're fine. No, I tell it racism happens. I mean, segregation happens. There's a casteism where light skin, dark skin happens on every single scale in the world. Slavery was not only just Black folks. They enslaved people in Africa. They enslaved white. I mean, I understand that totality of segregation, slavery around the world. The only reason why I agreed with that, because what he made it very clear is that it's going to happen. Racism is going to happen. What we need to make sure that we understand is that we need to make sure our home is in order. And that's it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. Kay, speak up a little bit more.
I appreciate you calling.
Thank you.
All right. Black women divorce black men. Not the way around. It's a great show, y'all.
Great show.
I agree.
I agree. It was good.
I got one more shot.
Oh Lord.
What?
All right. I won't do it. I'll hold that joke.
Come on.
For the Monday live stream, I'll hold that one.
All right, you guys. We definitely appreciate you tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. We had a few super chats that came in. We have Love and Trucking Podcast. We also have Andre Doer. If you guys send me a DM, I'll make sure I get you on next time. It's at Lapeef_JR. I definitely want to give you guys, because I appreciate we also appreciate the support that you was giving to the channel while these calls were going on. and unfortunately we were unable to get you on, but we'll get you on next time. But we appreciate you guys tuning in. A lot of people. Let's Talk. It's been a great show. Kay, Courtney, Anton, Chicago Gorilla. I appreciate y'all. Without you
hey,
guys.
next show, that Photoshop picture is coming, y'all.
Make sure you put the crown in it when you do it.
Don't do it, Anton.
I support my work husband.
I didn't say it was gonna be of Chicago and Kay. I said it might be a me and JR, y'all.
I support Boo.
All right, Definitely appreciate y'all tuning in for tonight. It was a great show. At least I thought it was. What are you guys' thoughts? And when you guys watch the live, make sure y'all get them likes up. It's very important. You know, with the whole YouTube system. That's how everybody's able to see it. Without you guys, we would not be where we are. So I always like to thank you. It's going to get better. And that tour is definitely coming. I know we speak about it all the time. It's in the works. We do have some merch that's coming too. I did a little preview of some of it, so you guys are the first people to see it. It's gonna be some nice colors. Make sure you guys follow me, Lapeef _JR, everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, whatever. And JR, I like it better like this. I can talk my talk. I hear you. So I like to rock out with you guys every now and then. Shout out to Chicago Rilla, man. He definitely been holding it down on the show and off the show. Definitely keep the vibe going. I feel like Kanye at the United States getting this Rockefeller chain. How long it take me to grow my beard? My beard not growing no more. You know how black folks is. It just curl up. So every now and then I just trim it. This is as big as it's gonna get. Chicago Relax. Jay, how do you come up with the topics, man? The topics is it's a big process. And I spoke on this before, but I'll speak on it again. It's just every day it changes. I may have an idea, and then next thing you know, the next day, that idea change. So just all a matter of how I feel, the mood, what's going on, how I'm feeling. Sometimes I like to try to tie all the topics in together. So sometimes I get some inspiration depending on what I've experienced, what we've experienced in the group. It's just, how can I bring value to you guys? That's the most important thing. Just bringing value to you guys, having those tough conversations. Like, I thought the topics were great tonight. I had a few technical issues, but we still pushed through. The show must go on. So I logged in on my phone, pushed through, and we made it happen. Love y'all stuff. Definitely appreciate you. Chicago, really, you gotta roll through. Yeah. We're going on the road. Hopefully, I'm aiming for the fall, early fall, maybe like September, August, September, somewhere around that way. It's usually pretty good as far as the weather, and everybody's still out around that time. So no matter where we go, unless it's like Alaska or something like that, I don't know what the weather is, but our first cities are going to be Atlanta or Texas, one of those. Live chat to 400 on the first come, first serve basis. I'm not really understanding that question. Can you elaborate on that? That's what's up, big boss. Join the Facebook group. Yeah, it's definitely cracking. Just don't take anything personal in that Facebook group. It's steady growing. And sometimes people get in their feelings. So if you make a comment, just know they're going to come for your head. Just be respectful. Even on here, just try to be respectful. It's okay to have opinion. That's one thing that people always say, well, how come you don't moderate certain situations? I like to see stuff play out. You know, that's a real conversation. I can't try to control every aspect of the conversation. Sometimes the conversations have to be had, whether we like it or not. Sometimes the truth has to be had. That's how we grow. Rico, appreciate the super chat. Would like to join the show just to have a conversation with you guys. Love the show. Hey, hit me up on the DM. That's at Lapeef _JR. You know, we can see what we can do. I have a lot of people reaching out to me. Just hit me up. I have no problem putting people on there. You don't have to be famous or have a lot of followers. I'm just looking for people that's gonna have a conversation and just be respectful. I appreciate that. Who exactly is Lapeef? Lapeef is my middle name. I'm Lapeef. So growing up is one of those names that I hated. I couldn't really explain what it was. According to my auntie, it stood for brave warrior. She got it. It sounds French, but she said she got it out of an African book. I couldn't find anything on it, but we just gonna roll with that. So Lapeef is me. How old you got to be? You 25? That's no age. Just if you can bring value, if you can hold a conversation, don't take anything personal, and just stay on topic, then you good with me. It's 100. Yeah, most of us are in our 30s. That's true. Actually, all of us are in our 30s. Everybody was on the panel on their 30s. We definitely coming to New Orleans. I kind of look at the analytics to see where our fans are. So make sure whatever city we come through, plug it. We're going to plug it. And just make sure that y'all come out and support. Don't just say, come here, and then y'all don't come out and support. It's really big and major that you guys come out. So, I mean, I don't care if we got 20, 25 people. We're going to rock out. We're going to have a good time. But I got some more other news to bring to you guys soon. A lot of great things happening with the Lapeef platform, period. So stay tuned. Make sure you guys subscribe. Set the notifications, because a lot of people subscribe and they don't have notifications set. And what happens is that when we go live, we often hear people say, oh, I missed the show. So you don't want to miss it. You never know what you're going to get. That's the beauty of being live and not having no filter all the time. I sound like Swiss Beats. Oh, okay. YouTube recommended us. What's up, man? YouTube is a great platform. It did put us out there to a lot of people, and a lot of people discovered us. So we're very, very, very grateful for that. Just trying to scroll through. What happened to B Next? Will he ever return? B Next, that's a wild card. B Next is still. I talk to him often, all the time. Just personal reasons, career wise. The podcast didn't really align to his career, so it just started growing. It was too big, and so he just wanted to make sure that his image, as far as with his career, wasn't tampered with. Which you can understand that. You know, if you're the mayor of Chicago, you know you can't be on certain platforms. If you are the superintendent for the Chicago Police Department, you can't do certain things. So that's just what it is. He's still family. I'm thinking about doing like a reunion and bringing in a lot of the hot guests like Tawana, everybody that's currently on the platform. Welcome Chicago, really. He's actually on the platform. That's why you see him on there. So he definitely got his Kanye chain tonight. So I definitely appreciate him and the value that he brings. He's a great man, a good dude. And I'm just enjoying him being in the circle. All right, ask questions. I see you just subbed and joined the Facebook. Welcome. Let's take this journey together. I just want to put something out there. You know, we can't. People gonna be who they be, and they're gonna have opinions. A lot of people speak their mind about what they dislike and what they like on the show. It is what it is. I mean, some days you're gonna like us, some days you're gonna hate us. That's just what the Lapeef Let's Talk show is. It's real. So we're gonna have those growing moments where it's like people gonna say, you should have kept that in the house. It should have been dealt with behind closed doors. Sometimes those emotions come out, and we just got to just tackle them. We're not gonna hide who we are, that we are humans, that we real people just like y'all, and the same things that go on behind closed doors with your families or your friends or your family, same thing happened here. So I mean, I respect everybody. I do have much love and much respect for Tawana. She's a very intelligent woman, and who knows, maybe she'll be somewhere in Lapeef in the future. Never know. I don't hold grudges, and I'm not mad at anything. It's the things happen, and we move on from it. We forgive, and sometimes it's just things happen. Nobody have to be right or wrong. It just happen. It's life. Life is too short to be sitting here being bitter. I'm happy. I'm in a great space, and any way that I can support her, whatever she got going on, I still will do to this day. Yeah, Kevin Samuels definitely the dude. He could be any place in the world, and he chose to be here a few times. And even in the comments, he showed up tonight. So definitely much respect to him. It's an honor always when he comes through and even speaks our name. You just got to just pay your respect when people do things like that, because again, they don't have to do it, but the fact that he has done it and he did it, much respect to him. Say, are you still on? Wow, yeah. I love this, man. I don't think y'all know how much time I sacrifice into this, and I'm gonna keep continuing getting better. It's comments like that, like Jay, are you still here? Wow. Like that's what drives me. That's what like motivates me more. Like all the love that I see, even the hate. I mean, even people just responding and even showing up, looking at the numbers, doing it live. It just like it means the world. I'm not big. I'm just human, and the fact that I'm able to bring people together to be able to have feeling, it just means the world to me. Rico Jackson, super chat. I love it. We need this. If the convo is not favorable to a party, this is what we need in the Black community from Black people. Absolutely. And that accountability, man. I never seen that word so much in my life, but accountability. And I'm seeing a lot of people need it. I don't mind having a conversation when it favors one side, but we're going to have a conversation. Let's talk about everything within the conversation. Let's not just talk about one aspect that benefits your mind at that time. We're going to break it down to a T, and we're going to try to see if we can come up with a solution for every aspect of it. Thanks again, Rico Jackson. Yeah, the show is over. It's just me just wrapping it up with you guys. Just trying to reach a few people that had questions, a few people that just wanted to still communicate within the group. See how this soundboard be having me down. You gotta add, you still a beta. I'm gonna add some more things, man. I promise you guys, I'm gonna have some more sound effects for you. I'm gonna see if I can dive into it and be a little bit creative. But we do got some ones that I'm gonna keep. I might have to retire a couple of them, but most definitely, this one right here. Come on. That's Stan. This moan, man, it come in at the right time, especially when you guys be flirting. I love that one. The shots fired, man. We didn't have too many shots fired, but when they do, gotta let them off. And this is my favorite, man. This
what?
When somebody's saying some crazy, I can't curse on here, but when somebody's saying some crazy stuff, it's the person.
What?
It says it right there. And the infamous B Next, you guys love this one. I'm gonna make this one a little bit louder. On my end, the show's a little lower, but
I don't care.
I love that one. And that's B Next actually himself saying it. I just took the sample and made it into a sound bite. I know y'all love this one. This is my favorite too, man.
Oh, really?
Gotta hold people accountable with that one. That what kills me. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'll play a couple more songs. I'm out. I definitely appreciate you guys still continue to rock with me and staying in right now. I know it's late. May not be late everywhere, but it's late over here. It's about 12 o'clock. So until next time, Thursdays, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Tune in to the next show. And again, thank you for your support. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, as you see right there. And I'm out.
care. I don't care.